Hello, friends. Overwatch 2 is here, and opportunities are ripe for the taking. My name is Jeff. I'm here alongside Jungle God, and we are very, very happy to welcome you to the Fall 22 season of NECC Collegiate Overwatch this year. We can see the birth of behemoths, and veterans will show the light to the newcomers along the way to the stars of tomorrow. Juggle, we're here to kick this thing off. It's week 1. It is the beginning of it all.
That it is, and excitement abounds. I mean, like you said, we've got veterans, we've got newcomers, and most importantly, I think we've got 5v5 now, right? This is a completely different landscape than we have ever seen before in Overwatch. I mean, since its inception. So I think everything is open. Expectations, I think, are going to be tough to assess here because it's all so new. It's all so fresh.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes. I mean, most notably, when you talk about 5v5, we had to eliminate a role. So we're down to one tank, and this puts so much pressure on the sole tank that is going to play. Now, not only the individual having to perform and having to hold that line, but the composition choices, and so much is built around that single tank. So I'm very curious to see what our teams come out with. I'm expecting a variety of strategies and compositions and approaches, particularly in week 1.
As am I, because now the impetus is going to be on the tanks. I think to be able to be more generalist, right? Before you could see players, you could see teams have very specific players who were very strong at very specific roles, but now tanks have a much more broad swath of heroes that they have to be familiar and comfortable with. So I agree, and in addition, the meta isn't really settled at this point as well. And even if it were, we're here in Collegiate, where a lot of times you want to go with what you're comfortable with. You want to go with who you're strongest with. So again, that just leaves the game open for almost anything.
Well, and even if the meta was settled, we're on a different patch.
Right.
We're not playing
Yeah.
on the same patch that you're seeing in Overwatch League or maybe back in contenders. We have Kiriko in the lineup. That is going to shake things up to a whole new level. So we're about to push this thing forward and to push the envelope, and Collegiate is just to do that. Let's look at our two teams we're starting off with. We're going to start in the Navigators division. In the east side, we have got Midway University taking on University of Rio Grande, and this Midway roster is a lot of newcomers. There's a lot of freshmen here on this roster.
There are the returning players are going to be Jaeger and Myth, if I remember correctly. So going to be Holy actually, Jaeger and Holy Caliburn. So I'm going to be looking to them to kind of be the anchors of this team, right? But in addition, one of the players that I'm really looking out for is this freshman DPS Savannah. I can't wait to see what she's going to bring to the table. I'm anticipating her having a very large presence in this game.
The DPS are just so powerful right now. I mean, you've got fewer shields to worry about, and the DPS can really kind of set the pace for the game. So definitely a strong position and a good opportunity to start making a name for herself. But let's flip it on over, take a look at this Rio Grande roster. In comparison to the Midway roster, this is a lot of returning faces you might recognize from this squad.
That's right. I believe this is entirely veterans here. So this is going to be a team that's they've been put through the paces. They know what it's like to perform in these higher stakes competitions. Right now, of course, it is week 1, so the stakes aren't too terribly high. But regardless, the pressure is certainly going to be on, and I imagine these newer players are going to feel it. But again, players I'm going to be looking out for. In particular, again, on that DPS role is Ghoul. I want to see what they can do, and particularly how they're going to play up against Savannah, who, again, is one of the newer players for Midway. So this DPS duel, I think, could be very, very interesting to watch. Now, one quick note, Theory actually is not going to be in the lineup today. Wanted to give them a quick shout out, though, as well, because they are a starter. They're actually in the hospital right now with a broken finger. So really, really sad. Unfortunate to hear that. Yeah, but, good luck to you and your recovery. Hope to see you back out here soon. But again, Rio Grande's going to be, I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, right? They've got that experience. They've got that history in NECC.
Indeed. Get well soon, Theory. Sorry to hear about your broken finger. That's just sad. But hopefully we'll see you back on the battlefield here before too long, and you can get back into gaming. But speaking of gaming, let's figure out where we're going. This is a fixed map set we're going to have this season. This is going to be first to 3 minimal draws now, Juggle, since we have eliminated one. We've substituted one of our game types for one that is very difficult to draw. So we're not as likely to get map 6s and map 7s coming into this season. But with that aside, our starting map today will be Busan. We are going to start on Control. Just the tried and true. It's always a great place to kick off a series.
It is because, it's like a tiny little miniature tournament in and of itself, right? You're going to have 3 map subtypes, and this gives a lot of room for variation, right? It's going to give us a taste of what each of these teams likes to do, given certain map geometries and so the certain strengths that each map brings to different compositions, right? We may, Busan, you can run Brawl, especially on Mecha base, but then you go to Downtown, which is a map that very much favors Dive, in my opinion. Then, of course, you go over to Sanctuary, where really you can run a lot of different things. That one's a lot more flexible than the other two. So we're going to get a chance to see what these teams really look like in a variety of different ways.
And you get the micro metas are so fascinating, and that does give us an opportunity to kind of see what our teams want to run, to see what our teams are strong at. Particularly if you see, if they run Brawl through some of these maps that aren't necessarily very Brawl centric, then it gives you an idea man, this team really loves their Brawl compositions. Even if it's, suboptimal across the board, they're so good at it, they make it work. So it gives us an opportunity to learn a little bit, which is going to be important coming into week 1 and seeing how these teams are adapting to Overwatch 2.
You're right, and you know what? I'm glad you mentioned Brawl as well, because these two teams both really favor Brawl compositions, and not only do they favor Brawl compositions, but they both describe themselves as very aggressive Brawl compositions. So this is going to be interesting to see, who's going to be able to execute this aggressive Brawl better today. And the team that doesn't, how are they going to adapt? Are they going to adapt their playstyle, or are we going to see them instead swap compositions? Are we going to see them try to make it work with a poke comp, with a dive comp, something else? So I think these, this first control point map is going to tell us a lot.
I mean, aggressive brawl. Is there any other way to play brawl? It's who could be the most aggressive. So legendary of brawl players are shattering in your spawn, are running down all the way to your spawn doors when they haven't even capped yet, or whatever the case may be. It is just who can be in your face the most. I'm here for it. I'm living for it, and I'm really anxious to get in game and get week 1 started.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we got a lot of season ahead of us. Of course, we're starting a little bit later from the rest of the NECC games because, of course, we're waiting for Overwatch 2 to come out. But there's still plenty of time for these teams to make a name for themselves, make a mark in the standings, and of course, make it to those playoffs and see how they do there.
And we still have 9 weeks of play. So the season itself hasn't necessarily been truncated too much as far as the number of games. It'll give us an ample size of games to determine who is going to make those playoffs come, I believe, mid-late November is when we're going to be kicking off playoffs.
I think so. I think that's right.
Yeah, sounds right. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it, Juggle.
There you go. Well, let's take a moment and let's talk a little bit about this new map type that we have coming into the season push. Right, because for those of you who maybe haven't picked up Overwatch in a little bit, you're new to the NECC. You're a parent watching your child play today, and want to give you an idea of what this push map is all about. It's kind of like a tug of war. That's the way that I like to describe it. Bull Skunk, where you've got a bot and you take control of this bot when your entire team is around it, when there's no other enemies around it, and that bot pushes a little marker that says how long your team has been in control of it. So it's a little bit of a tug of war mode, and it is replacing the 2CP mode that we had for the last 5-6 years.
Yep, Assault has gone the way of the dodo. Rest in peace. Also, we're gonna have a quick little break as an RIP to some tech issues going on here. So bear with us. We're going to get this set up. We're going to kick off week 1 momentarily. We'll see you back here in a moment. Well, unfortunately, we are having some server issues Blizzard side, so we are going to have to postpone the Eagles versus the Red Storm. That game will be rescheduled. But have no fear, friends, assuming the servers are fixed here in the next hour or so, we will be back for game number 2. That will be taking place at 7 Eastern, so week 1 will still commence. Cross your fingers, and we'll see you then.
All right, what is going on? We are finally back with NECC action. I'm Berkeley Stevens alongside Chase Nuclear Nukem, and we are set to go here in week number 1 for Overwatch 2. It's 5 versus 5. Nuke. A lot has changed in the game. Tonight we've got a Challengers Pacific Frontier matchup between Co-College, who you and I casted a bunch last year, and they're going to be taking on the Mavericks of Colorado Mesa, the Maroon team.
Ooh, very eager to get into it for this evening. And I know we had a little bit of difficulties with Overwatch this evening. That seems to be the story with Overwatch 2 as of right now. New game, new servers, new everything. So we're navigating the disequilibrium just at home.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's always going to be some issues toward the launch of the game, but speak about the launch of the game, that came with a bunch of new maps, too. We're going to see one tonight. We're going to see Colesso. It's, I believe, the 4th map of the night. But before that, though, let's take a look at the lineups for these two teams, see what we're getting into for this matchup. This is the Colorado Mesa University side. We're going to have Headhunter, a Goldfish, Noli, Badger, and is that Beagle up top?
I believe that's Beagle. Yeah, I believe that is Beagle.
Okay. Gamer spelling. Always love that at the NECC. Nuke, who we got on the side of Co-College?
On the side of Co-College, very eager. We're seeing Joker return to the lineup once more. Knife Voltage, V, DaBaby, and Earth. I love that name, Earth. Like Earth, but with an F.
But with an F. Yeah, and this team, they are returning. They made the jump from Navigators Division up to this Challengers Division, so they had to adjust. It's a massive rank jump that they went through. They went from about the gold and low plat rank team all the way to like mid-masters is the level that Challengers can get up to. And their returning player, Joker, he actually has some contenders experience in high school. Keep your eye on him. Unfortunately for this team, though, they're limited on their time with Joker tonight. He is the Co-College starting goaltender, and they have practice. So they've got about 50 minutes, maybe an hour with Joker, and he's their IGL. This team really shakes up when he's not in the roster, but like I said, contenders experience in Korea while going to high school in Minnesota. That kid brings a lot of talent to the table, and they're running 4 freshmen and 1 sophomore on their starting roster. Nuke, what does that tell you about this team?
That tells me that's a new team with a lot of leadership that is a veteran leadership. But with Joker being out, that does sort of leave a gap in the shot calling as well as the organization of the roster if he's not there to manage it. So I'm going to be very eager to see how they fit into the role. That'll be Knife Voltage later, I believe, filling in Joker's absence. So we'll just have to see when we get around to that point. But what a melting pot. You know, grew up in Korea, now going to school in Minnesota. That's a big of a trek.
Yeah, I think went to high school in Minnesota and played on a contenders team, like got signed over there. So has some tier 2/pro experience. And of course, their IGL. When he's gone, when he's at soccer practice, this team is going to have to find some members to fill those big shoes early on in the season because being the soccer team's starting goaltender, there's a chance that he's not going to be around for a lot of the action. Head coach Curtis Kim, he's really hoping that he is around as much as possible. He relies on this kid, but he knows that even though it's a young roster, it's a very talented, deep roster. They've got players who are top 500 in support like V, and they've also got, a DPS duo that's played together since high school that he's really looking forward to see play competitively together.
That's awesome. And good old Kurt over there at Co College. He's a great guy. Definitely knows what he's doing with the program and building it up. But we're getting right into the action. Control points about to unlock in 5 seconds. But Co College swinging out very early with the baby, getting a couple of kills. And now you're going to see a little bit on the back end. We got some settings going on. Woot woot.
Yeah, like we were saying, Overwatch 2 had some serious issues today. There had to be a lot of resets to happen to get this game off in time. But as you were just saying before I began talking, Co-College did take the point first. And this is one of their lineups that they rarely go with, but they like to do it on control with this ball comp. Here you can see the dive comes in. Chef Momo deletes Earth. And now the hacks coming online for DeBaby. Co-College has told me pregame that Sombra is just a little bit broken right now, Chad. I think we're going to see a lot of Sombra tonight. Those hacks are so easy to coordinate with your team and amp up so much damage.
And they're fast. They're so fast. Sombra is ridiculously powerful in Overwatch 2, and I think we're seeing that at the front line. However, that is going to be CMU taking the point back for the first time now with 1% on the clock. Co did get a solid push, though. That's going to be 37 on their side. I love, by the way, Berkeley, that the maps have switched. Obviously, if you've been playing Overwatch 2, you've noticed, but they've switched between daytime and nighttime. That gives a different ambiance to some of these maps.
Yeah, my favorite one that actually looks is Dorado. I love daytime Dorado. It's just very pleasant being down there. It's supposed to feel like a warm map, and it always felt cold. Now it feels how it should.
Yeah, it had a Cinco de Mayo feel before, but yeah, it has a lot more vibrance to it. We're going to see the hack go out on the ball. That's going to be Earth looking at Beagle now on point, looking to tear apart Chef Momo. Joker responding to Chef Momo. That's going to be Badger taking out Railgun, and Earth going on a tear. My lord, this Genji is not stopping, getting the emote out as well.
Another one of those heroes in Overwatch 2 that just really benefits from there not being an extra tank. There's no longer an off tank that can peel for a Genji, getting dash resets in your backline. Earth closes the distance right there. Now he'll have Dragon Blade online. Co-College is sitting on 3 ultimates, as is CMU. This is going to be a banger of a fight coming up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of ults coming online, like you said. This overlay looks beautiful, by the way. I love it with the NECC overlay. Just looks awesome. Somber looking for an EMP in the backline. Gonna find 4. There's gonna be a hack on Earth. Earth going back out. And that's gonna be a Dragon Blades mixed with a sound barrier going in the backline. Finding 1, 2, looking for the 3rd. Not quite. That's gonna be Chef Momo now on point. Pushing this ball off. Trying to get Wrecking Ball at a distance. Earth gonna finalize the kill, and Co College now sitting very pretty at 85%. Looking to push up a little bit and put the pressure on CMU.
Good sound barrier that we just saw there from Noli to counter that Dragon Blade, but Earth just able to dice around the map and do as much damage as possible, coupled with that EMP. Both of those teams right there used 3 or 4 ultimates apiece. Co-College actually held onto their sound barrier that we're seeing Railgun pop now. That gives them a massive advantage in this fight that CMU is trying to swing back with Beagle's Coalescence, but the overtime wick is already burning down for Co-College, and they're going to be coming up with a minefield shortly. Beagle, though, with the first elimination of this fight onto Earth, who's been the carry so far for Co-College, and now the pressure is on Chef Momo, trying to just kite around this point, using his shield as a resource to just stay alive as long as possible, and he's done it. He's bought enough time for CMU to find 3 picks in this fight. They should be taking back the objective from Co-College in the nick of time in overtime.
I was skeptical at first, Berkeley. I did not think Chef Momo on this Reinhardt was going to be what CMU needed to get this point back. Reinhardt kind of in a comparable position in Overwatch 2, with only being the main shield tank, or I guess with there being 1 tank, him being the only shield tank. He suffers a little bit more, but that team was able to rally around it. Railgun sticking on, not Railgun, Noli sticking on Chef Momo on point really allowed them to get in and get Co-College off. It's going to be 70%. If they can win this next fight, Berkeley, this may look good for CMU to take this point back.
It may, and that's a really smart minefield by Joker on the backside of the point that is going to have to be cleaved out by Chef Momo, whose Fire Strike scorches Earth, and Headhunter dropping that EMP right on top of Railgun's head is going to make quick work of this Co-College attack. They've got 15 seconds left to gather themselves and try for the final fight of round number 1.
Yeah, Co-College may be beating themselves a little bit for utilizing all of their ults at once in that initial fight. Not really needing that sound barrier that could have came in handy later. We're going to hear Bob rolling out on point. and the lights are turned off as DeBaby's gonna get an EMP out before falling to Badger Earth, finding something on Chef Momo. That's gonna be Joker playing around this corner. B trying to get as much healing out as possible on point. Beat is broken down as Noli is on point as well, trying to get the edge for Co-College to get this point back, get their first on the map.
That's a massive sound barrier here in overtime to try and seal the deal for CMU, but they're having trouble getting these last eliminations, and now they're starting to fall. Those overshields have gone away from that sound barrier. DeBaby and V coming in, clean up. Headhunter is down. That's your Sombra. That's what your comp is based around. And now Earth is swinging for the fences. No Nano needed. The Butterblade slices up Chef Momo, and Beagle drops as well to Joker as Co-College take round number 1.
And it seemed in Co-College's favor for the majority of that map. CMU surprisingly was able to come back with a 37% and hold until 99, which is great. I mean, that shows that they were not giving up and they were ready to keep the fight on. They needed to switch up their comp a little bit, which maybe CMU just needs to play around those compositions a little bit more. That's the beauty of Overwatch. Obviously, you can switch characters in game, but when you are looking to, counter what the other team is doing, that may take a couple of switches, right? And I think CMU might need to play around with their roster a little bit to counter this co-dive.
Yeah, without a doubt, week number 1, I mean, it's a brand new game too. It's not just week number 1 of competition. It is week number 1
Period.
of scrims on Overwatch 2. It is week number 1 in so many regards here, which makes this so interesting. I think we're going to see a pretty stable meta right out of the get. But you never know. Teams could come out with those niche picks that you haven't had enough exposure to know how to counter well in this new game. But here we do see Co-College setting up Joker on the Winston. When I talked to their head coach today, he didn't mention Winston one bit. He was hiding strats from me, but Joker comes in with the Contenders experience, trying to duel the brand new hero in Junker Queen. Unsuccessful there as Chef Momo hits the shotgun shots onto him and Railgun as well, giving CMU a big advantage in fight number 1.
Ooh, and that is going to be a massive hack coming out on Earth, keeping him grounded, no pun intended. See a couple of headshots out on V as well from the Cassidy. You bring up a good point, though, Berkeley, in the sense that metas, I think metas don't develop in a week, right? It takes a little bit for a meta to develop, especially when you get the ins and outs of different characters. And as of right now, I mean, there are characters that are not in the game or not usable due to the bugs, namely Bastion and Torbjorn right now.
Takes a couple off the roster right off the rip.
Absolutely. Joker trying to get an in, deciding to switch over to this Roadhog, maybe counter this Junker Queen. Also a brand new character, and from what I've heard and seen, very, very useful in a 5-man composition.
And I actually talked with Coach Kurt Kim before the game about this composition they're running right now. It's one you might not want to see in your own ranked games, but Maywall and the Sombra hack are just used to set up hooks for Joker. They get that opening pick in the fight, reset their cooldowns, and go back in. Doesn't pay off here in the first fight as CMU had some ultimates to burn. Co-College only had V's Valkyrie. I think next fight we could see Joker get set up for a hook. If that falls apart, this composition really is just based around Joker being able to pull someone in that's walled off and hacked.
Yeah, maybe that's not the best usage for your main tank. And I think the positioning there was just a tad off. Joker was a bit split from the rest of the group. So even if someone was walled off and hacked, I don't know if the hook would have quite found its mark. We're going to try again, though. Like you said, V supporting Joker. They're going to try to get up on the top side. Joker going to find himself hacked. Looking for another pool, but gonna get shredded. That's gonna be a massive EMP from Headhunter. Looking for those heads popping through. Noli getting hacked as well, sitting at a solid 50%, but Co-College backs up and tries to regain their ground, only losing one member, going on the re-engage. That's gonna be a whole log, causing a whole lot of trouble for CMU.
Oh, it's looking very good right now for Co-College. They were able to just withstand the damage from that DPS ultimate, that EMP right in their face, and they hung on. Railgun here with a sound barrier gives them all the support they should need to finish off this fight, but they've recently just lost Earth. Sent back to spawn as their main player. They rely so much on this wall to buy them space. Badger rolls in, as does Headhunter with that Helix onto Railgun, and we'll see if Co-College can hang on. They've almost gotten the point flipped in their favor, but as overtime takes down CMU, hang on to tie up Busan.
That was insane. Noli getting back into the fray and able to heal everyone back up to full. Left Joker a little baffled, just kind of stuck on point, tried to get the healing off, but it wasn't quite enough for the CMU onslaught. Now 1-1. This is going to be it for Busan, and whoever wins this map will be up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, brand new game going into Eichenwald next. You want to be up 1-0, especially on Control, because Overwatch 2, it feels a lot more deathmatchy than Overwatch 1, and the Control game mode is maybe the most deathmatchy game mode. So it tells us a lot more about the matchup, how we end on Control. Overwatch 1, it was very much like a warm-up round, but Overwatch 2, there's so many DPS duels and little intricacies that come down in the deathmatchy style of this game mode. It gives you a lot better feel of how a set is going to go, but so far, Nuke, it's been close. Tied up 1 apiece here on Busan.
I think that'll also go into the metas, but you're absolutely right. Railgun finding a very quick kill onto Headhunter. It's going to be Earth with the Reflect on Genji, trying to get out, not going to quite find anything. His Joker is going to get a kill on Beagle. V taking point for this Co-College roster as they've pushed CMU back. CMU taking the smart option and opting to regroup. That's going to be Earth getting a quick kill on Chef Momo first. That's going to be a terrible stagger for CMU.
And we do see Co-College has gone back to that Wrecking Ball composition that won them round number 1. CMU sticking on the Junker Queen. Both teams playing the composition that's worked for them, so this should just be a train collision of a round here to end off on Busan. Getting close to some ultimates coming online. Earth is sitting at 65 to that Dragon Blade. V will have that Coalescence in just a moment, but here we have CMU just moving in, claiming space with the damage they've got in their composition, but DeBaby with a hack and a little bit of hip fire takes care of Badger and puts CMU at a very disadvantageous position. Pressured now in the choke by Joker, but he pays for it dearly, losing his life there to Noli, but Earth responds with a dash kill onto Beagle before being cut up in the backline by Noli again. The Lucio player for CMU starting to come alive and pop off.
Noli has been popping off this entire time. Berkeley has done so much for this roster, both healing and finding kills left and right. DeBaby gonna get a quick kill on Chef Momo, and that's gonna be the Coalescence from V taking care of Badger as pest control has come through the building. V finding another kill on Noli, proving to be the more optimal DPS support as CMU has no choice but to go back to spawn and full regroup. As you said, with these, with this meta being a lot more deathmatchy in Overwatch 2, that means staggers are going to be a lot more prominent. I feel like CMU has just not found solid ground so far on this point.
You know, we're going to see that a lot in the push game mode. That game mode is all about regrouping and taking fights where you need to in the map. It's not always the best time to just get back on the bot as quick as you can. You really have to design your fights in Overwatch 2 because you have one less tank to work with. You have to use the map in such a smarter way. Here we have the EMP come through to counter the Dragon Blade as Earth and Railgun are eviscerated by Beagle's Coalescence. The EMP and the Coalescence more than enough to flip this one back convincingly as Beagle started to pop off there with the Kamehameha.
That's the direction you need if you're CMU. You need to take a step back, take a deep breath, regroup, and pair your abilities. Go in together. Call those ultimates with each other. That EMP combo with the Coalescence, that's all they needed to win that point, and frankly, that's what it took. So now they're regrouping, looking at point once more. Railgun taking the high ground. This Joker's looking around to pair up with Headhunter.
Oh, beautiful.
Yep, that's going to be it. Kill on Badger.
The damage boost. What a combo there from the new Somber kit.
With having 5 players on each team now, it's going to be even more imperative than ever to combo your abilities. That's going to be a massive ult from Chef Momo going straight through and anteing the entire Co-College roster, but not for long. Unfortunately, CMU was not able to capitalize as much as they were hoping to.
I promise V is coalescing right there. It may not have looked it, but there was definitely coalescence happening as Co-College take the point back. There is no overtime if there's no contest. CMU drop Busan despite a very clutch flip in overtime. Co-College jumped out in front 1-0.
And a very confident game from Co-College. CMU definitely had their moments in this first point, or in this first map, but overall Co-College just seemed very dominant. They were pairing ultimate abilities together very well. The synergy between Joker, V, and Earth was just unstoppable. It was very hard to deal with, and we saw that from CMU.
Yeah, we saw some nice Dragon Blades. More importantly, the play of the game there, V's Coalescence. That was another thing that I was talking to Coe College's head coach about is they're using way more Moira than they were expecting to going into Overwatch 2. Coalescence is one of those ultimates, Nuke, that, comes online so fast. And with most of the targets out there being very squishy in Overwatch 2, you can use that as damage, especially if you have a Lucio to speed boost you in. That's an ultimate that, even though it's a support ultimate, can confirm you so many kills. That's how we saw Busan just taken back and won.
Absolutely. And at this division, I think with Overwatch 2 being as divey as it is, it's imperative that your healers can peel for themselves. And Moira having the fade and being able to heal herself, I think that's a very good combination that fits this meta well.
Yeah, and talking a little bit about the meta, just with what we saw from map number 1, we saw Junker Queen and we saw Wrecking Ball as the two effective tanks. Not a lot working for the Roadhog for Co College, but they've got some other tricks up their sleeve, I'm sure. Going into Eichenwald, if we're going to see Wrecking Ball, and let's say maybe a Diva and also a Junker Queen, which tank do you think in Overwatch 2 has the best chance at getting you the most success on Ike?
On Eichenwald, well, so far we've seen a lot of dive compositions, and they intended to switch it to a 5-player roster so that the fights were faster, right? But they also intended to take shields out of the game so that you have to play these corners a bit harder. So I would be interested to see a little bit slower of a pace playing these corners and being able to play a DPS hit scan in Eichenwald. So specifically with tanks, I think that an Orisa may pair well here. I know that she had her shield taken away, but she does well with the rest of her abilities. And frankly, Junker Queen just can go on a tear. We may see a Reinhardt. This is Reinhardt's own map, but it's hard to tell. Honestly, CMU might pick that Reinhardt again since they did in the first map of Busan.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is just going to be guesswork. I know I threw you that question, but it wasn't quite fair because DPS is the only thing that we can really bank on guessing. We're going to see a ton of Sombra, probably Genji, Sojourn, maybe Soldier 76. That seems to be the 4 key DPS players, or heroes, I should say, in Overwatch 2 right now. Support and tank are wide open. You can really just kind of merry-go-round and land on whatever hero you want and try and make it work. But Nuke, going into Eichenwald, I'm hoping to see things shake up a little bit. I want to see a little bit more hero diversity, maybe not going away from Sombra because you don't want to throw the game. She's just too good right now. I'm hoping to see maybe some Ana, maybe a Mercy Pocket onto a hit scan, something new. Give us as wide, as broad of a look at the new game in Overwatch 2 as we can possibly get here in Week 1.
Well, consider your requests received, heard, and answered, Berkeley. We are going to see Chef Momo return. Once again, these sides have swapped, so Co College, formerly on the right side, now on the left side, CMU, currently on the right side. Chef Momo deciding to opt for that Reinhardt, and we are going to see a bit of a change. We're also going to see a Zenyatta, Noli on the Zen. That's been a hero we haven't talked about much, but I feel received some pretty significant buffs going into Overwatch 2.
Yeah, tons of buffs, mainly his kick, which you don't usually hear a quick melee being called overpowered, but by a lot of the high rank and pro scene, it is overpowered. It boops you back. He's so much harder to dive now. We'll see if Zenyatta works. The Discord as well is something that's just incredibly strong in the current game.
Yeah, the Sojourn, if they're able to hit the shots on Earth, may be good, but it's going to be hard to tell whether or not the shots will hit or not. Baby getting a very quick kill on Noli, but Headhunter responding with a kill on Joker as well. That makes it a 4v4 going into this fight. Seeing Sombra v Sombra as Headhunter forces a recall from DaBaby. They're going to push on point.
Pretty good play here from Co College, too. They knew they lost their Wrecking Ball first, and then he's likely going to get back to the action before Noli on the Zenyatta out of the attacking spawn. Irv here pushes the pressure, dices up Chef Momo, goes straight to the back line to deal with Badger as well. Does go down in the end to Noli, but that's what the Resurrect is for. He's brought right back into the fray by V.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like V wasn't able to get an earlier Resurrect on Joker. And frankly, you don't want to use your Resurrect on the ball. The ball can get back quickly, right? But getting Earth back online before CMU is able to regroup is going to be imperative. Chef Momo trying to peel for the team, getting inside of the small corridor. That's going to be Earth up top, looking for some kills, and instead going to find a loose Fire Strike to seal the deal on Earth. DaBaby and Joker finding retaliation kills on Badger. Noli, though, kill on Noli, that's going to be unfortunate. Noli falling twice now and you don't want to make that walk back from spawn as a Zenyatta.
No, you do not. Speaking of the Zenyatta, I don't know if it goes very well with Chef Momo on the Reinhardt, especially as the attackers. You have to navigate the map, and Reinhardt is a hero that has to close distance without a movement ability. Very hard to do without a Lucio. I think playing the Zenyatta here could get them into some trouble. They're going to have to use their ultimates very wisely to make this one work. CMU currently down a member in Beagle. They're having ultimates come online, but they're being sheepdogged by this defense into these tiny, tiny rooms. And then Earth comes in with the dash resets, Joker swings through, and they're just able to deal so much damage in close corridors.
They're putting the worm on the line and baiting them into these small areas. That is definitely DaBaby doing the work and forcing them in. CMU kind of just walking in like, hey, let's get the quick pick on the Sombra. The recall comes out, and it's not really worth it at that point because now they're losing 2 members. DaBaby with EMP trying to get this back line. Apaganda Las Luces, the lights are out. That's going to be a Dragon Blade to follow suit. Earth looking for a couple of kills. They're going to find 3, and that's going to put CMU only with 2 people be able to do anything. College going through a tear so far on this map, Berkeley.
Yeah, Nuke, I keep seeing these fights happen, and I think it does come so much down to the Lucio. Noli actually goes over to the Ana right now. Chef Momo is going to stick on Reinhardt, which I think is going to get this team in more trouble in the last couple of fights. You just can't attack anything with your tank. You're just having Chef Momo act as a shield bot. Well, College, they have so much mobility in their DPS heroes and their tank, and they have a speed boost to engage with. This team can attack you anywhere with a tempo you can't match. Right now, Noli under pressure so fast, there's no chance for them to peel and respond. CMU already down 1 in this fight, and we're seeing Chef Momo backpedaling here despite Beagle coalescing. Joker does fall in this fight. It has turned into a 4v4, but again, V there to respond in the fight with a Resurrect, gets Joker back into the fight here, damage boosting the entire College squad. They're not going to drop another member in this fight, Nuke. It is going to be convincing once more with just 5 seconds left in the round. College shut out CMU, but Chef Momo, wait a second, able to get a foot on the point for a moment.
Ah, yeah, that's likely going to be it. We're going to hear the Dragon Blade come out from Earth, putting him down 6 feet under and calling this map. Noli not going to be able to find any percentage in time. They're still rallying onto point, though, constantly trying to get in as much as they can. I don't think it's going to be enough, though, as you're absolutely right. They're going to full hold on Eichenwald. It seemed like College knew for sure going into the map what they wanted to play, whereas CMU was a bit staggered in what they wanted to do. It seemed more of a hybrid picks. It seemed like maybe that comp worked in scrims and everyone was playing to their strengths, but if you are not collaborating as a team and utilizing pairing abilities together, it's not going to matter. And unfortunately, Chef Momo didn't seem like there was all that much trust in the team, as that shield was up a lot. As you mentioned, Eagle had the coalescence on Chef Momo, and Chef Momo was backing up with the shield up. That's an oof. Obviously, that's your go in. Not the back up. But obviously, if you're losing 2 characters at that point, you have to back up. Just kind of awkward all around.
Yeah, I think that CMU is going to VOD review this map and notice how much of it just comes down to their speed that Lucio brings or doesn't bring if he's not part of the composition to a Reinhardt. Really, CMU is just trying to move into the objective slowly, while College, they could pick and choose their moment to attack, dash in, roll in with the Wrecking Ball, hack a target invis. You really, as a Death Ball composition, don't have a lot of opportunity to actually find a target. One, you have to close the distance, which is challenging against the co-composition comp that we just saw. But 2, if anything is out in the open, chances are it's going to be gone in a flash. You just have no objective to play. And now we're going to see something flashy. They did this actually in playoffs before Nationals in the spring semester, and they're going to try to do it again. But hey, maybe Overwatch 2, you can't do that anymore. I don't know if you can actually put a Maywall up there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that that's something that they can do legally by rules anymore either. It used to be something that we allowed, but I don't believe that we allow barriers going above and beyond buildings. They're not going to opt for it anyway. So we're going to see an anti on CMU. That's going to be a massive anti. Co just needs a little bit of an inch. Getting on point, getting the pick they need and getting out. That's going to be Earth finding 2, and it's going to bust this fight wide open.
Yeah, they hang back, and then when they have the speed boost amp online and a May wall, they can isolate a target on CMU. They did it to perfection there on the back right of the point and made CMU easy work on Eichenwald. Co College has jumped out in front of this game with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Co College just seeming very coordinated.
Good one. Good one.
Thank you, Berkeley. You know, it's been a minute. I miss the puns. We're seeing massive lights out from both sides. DeBaby finding a couple of kills and defeat, and that is going to be a 2-0 lead, like you said, for Co College. CMU stuck on the back foot. I think sweeps are coming out either way, Berkeley. Someone go get the broom. The janitor's outside the door. Either Co College is winning this 3-0, or are we going to see CMU quickly come back with the reverse sweep? I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I think it stays together for Co College. They only dropped a map when they didn't run the Wrecking Ball composition, so we haven't actually seen CMU answer that. I think CMU have to fully expect Co College to run the exact composition they ran on rounds 1 and 3 of Busan and on Eichenwald, because right now there's no reason to reinvent the wheel. Co College looked too strong on that composition. It's up to CMU to answer that.
Yeah, that dive is making them die. That's for sure. They're not having much of a response to it, unfortunately. You mentioned the death ball composition, and I feel like it would work if they had and played more together as a death ball, but their positioning seems a bit off here and there as CMU. They're trying to flank and get the picks with Sombra, and maybe that's not what they need. Or, maybe that's exactly what they need. They wait for someone to come in, Sombra stays behind the Rhine, hacks him immediately, and you just jump on the hack target. But I'm seeing no Brig. If you're going to run a death ball with the Reinhardt, where's the Brig?
Yeah, either Brig or Lucio. They just didn't have a support line there that I think they needed.
Yeah, unfortunately, that will be it for them as of right now, though. They have another map, but as you said, it is looking a bit bleak for CMU. They're going to have to adapt very quickly to this aggressive dive playstyle coming out from Co.
Well, we'll be back with map 3 Dorado to see if Co College can seal the deal after this short break. Chat, don't go anywhere. All right, we're back with NECC action. About to go into map 3 Dorado. I'm Berkeley Stevens alongside Chase Newcomb. And so far, Co-College jumped out in this set 2-0. Busan was awfully close. Eichenwald was not. Nuke, what was the difference last map?
Difference in the last map was coordination. We said it at the end of the map, but I firmly believe that Co-College is just doing an exceptional job of going in and getting out together, whereas CMU struggling a bit on their positioning and timing. And in a quick-paced game like Overwatch, Overwatch 2 even being faster than Overwatch 1, you got to be fast to the jump. You got to pull that trigger as soon as the tank says go.
Yeah, I mean, we did not see speed that last round from CMU. First round, Noli on Lucio had a highlight of this match. I was really surprised not to see Noli come out of the attacking spawn right away on Lucio. I'm hoping here on Dorado they make some adjustments. Just don't run a death ball without some mobility or, like you were saying, a brig to defend yourself in close. They just had too vulnerable a comp, and Co-College was on full attack mode. They were bloodthirsty on the Sombra Genji Wrecking Ball on Eichenwald.
It's been pretty consistent throughout this series thus far, Berkeley, that I think they're just playing picks that work for the individual players rather than a pick that works with the full composition. But we will find out as we make our way into the streets of Dorado. I am very eager to see what this looks like. As you mentioned, it is sunny and bright, a very vast contrast from the dark and gloomy Cinco de Mayo sort of style.
Yeah, I mean, it's way, way brighter. I think it looks a lot nicer. I think a lot of Overwatch 2 looks a lot nicer. But Nuke, do you think CMU even has a chance here? Do you think this is one of those week 1 mismatches? Do you think Busan was an accurate story of how this game is going to go? Or do you think Eichenwald is a more accurate story of how these two teams match up?
I personally think, Berkeley, that CMU has what it takes to bring it back in this series. However, they've got to find the sauce. Sorry. So far, they've found the juice in the fridge, but they haven't made their way back as far as to find the sauce. And looks like they're going to be stirring and cooking up a new lineup. So we're seeing Absent now in as the Diva. Headhunter's going to be playing the Pharah, a Goldfish on Genji, Beagle on Mercy, and Noli back on the Lucio. I gotta say, Berkeley, if there's going to be a composition that's going to bring them back in the series, it may be this composition. It's very hard to dive aerial targets.
Yeah, this composition is a great shakeup for CMU. I'm really happy to see them pull this out of the bag. Headhunter is going to be very tough to focus down without a dedicated hit scan, and you can already see Absent, the sub in for Chef Momo. She is going guns blazing for V, trying to track down the Mercy, which is going to end up disabling composition. Sorry about that. Does find the first elimination all the way back by spawn. Absent was just full throttle, going so far into the back line of Co-College. Wasn't there to peel for Earth coming in.
Every time we say Earth, there's a part of me that just is warm. I love that name.
It's a silly
Earth.
one.
It is a silly one. It's a good one. Joker finding 2 kills as well as Co-College is now starting their push. I loved as soon as they spawned in, everyone went directly for that Mercy. It was an immediate dive, getting that Mercy out as fast as possible. CMU switching up things already a little bit as Beagle is now on the Ana and Headhunter is switched over to the Junkrat. I don't know how I feel about these changes this early thus far. Maybe it was because of that dive onto the Mercy.
Yeah, Headhunter already going to the Junkrat is kind of a head scratcher for me. I think the Pharah is a better look without this team having a hit scan. Here we do see the Goldfish slicing through Railgun for the first elim here, but Beagle and Headhunter have already dropped. Joker and Earth respond so fast to collapse into the CMU backline and find those picks. V is there to resurrect Railgun right back into the fight as a Goldfish pops the Dragon Blade, trying to find some value, but countered very well by Co-College and kept at bay.
Yeah, if CMU is not going to pick this aerial composition, what does that mean their feet are solid on?
What does it mean, Nuke?
The Earth! Their feet are solid on the Earth, and Earth is not having it! I'm telling you, they got to switch something up. A Goldfish switching back to the Pharah, actually. No, they switched off Headhunter. is on the Junkrat, a Goldfish on the far. That's going to be Earth with 2 on the Dragon Blade. DaBaby finding a quick kill on Noli, and Noli not really been able to shine thus far as he did on Busan, like we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, Noli's been kind of quiet since map number 2 of Busan. I think a lot of that just kind of has to do with CMU not really playing around the Lucio as much as they could be. Here we do see Irv right up on the high ground, dashing through that Elim on Headhunter. That was great coordination there with DaBaby and Joker. And then Irv finding the Pharah and getting the dash reset once more. This Genji has been cutting up CMU all game long.
And we're going to see self-destruct pop out so that D.Va can get remech'd once more. Railgun does have the sound barrier online. A Goldfish going way high, trying to get these angles. I get picked up a little bit, though, backing up into spawn, trying to get that health back up to full. Beagle has swapped over to the Moira, which may help a little bit with Earth sticking to the backline, but like you said, Berkeley, they've got to do something about this Genji sound barrier coming out, and that is the go-ahead push for Co College.
Railgun does respond with a sound barrier of their own too. Noli's, as the offense tried to get going on the back of Noli's sound barrier, they just weren't able to. Railgun responded well. Now Co College has more ultimates coming up online. That Riptire had to be big, but it came up empty. Headhunter trying to get back into the action and find something quick, but in the meantime, Co College, they do such a great job, Nuke, of just backing up whenever they're under a little bit of pressure. CMU is not able to confirm any kills. They can't quite close the gap completely. Anytime they get close, there's a speed boost or some sort of movement ability for Co College to disengage briefly with.
I think that's also a testament to their coordination and positioning as Co College, looking like that's going to be it for round 1, holding them around the first turn, pulling out all the stops, including the brakes on the payload. CMU is going to have a tough time holding this one, Berkeley.
Yeah, 27.21 meters. That's close to an NECC record. That's one of the shortest holds I've seen.
I think they desperately need to do something that's going to full hold here, but with there being no Bastion currently in the game, no Torbjorn as well, I'm not quite sure what that answer is going to be.
Duke, I gotta say something real quick. 27.21 meters is only 89.27 feet.
But don't worry,
Oh,
folks,
you lost
I am
me?
still
No,
here.
you didn't. No way.
Looks like we're just going to group up ready. I think that looking into this next map, CMU is looking to switch over to the Zarya. Oh, hello? Hi?
Hey.
Dad?
Nothing happened on my side, but apparently things happened. Yeah, I'm back. I wanted to say during the break, and I thought I was actually coming through, 27.21 meters is only 89.2 feet. They didn't even make it to first base, Nuke. They didn't make it.
That's a really good point, Berkeley. It seems like they may be out this time around. I think this is going to be really good VOD review material, though, to go back through and see exactly where it went wrong. You made a good point about positioning earlier, and I feel like it comes down to a sense of ebb and flow in the match. Ooh, there's going to be a pull, but that Zarya bubble is going to save Beagle from an early dismay.
And they've got to do a great job defending close here. It's going to be very risky. Joker, all he has to do is just find one hook, and he already did. A Goldfish gets taken care of there. The scrap gun headshot in close enough to deal with the Genji on the side of CMU. Headhunter on the far has to hit these direct rockets, but it's coming up empty. Just splash damage here as Joker finds another onto Beagle. It's now a 5 versus 3, a 5 versus 2, and the attacker should have a nuke. That might just be a speed run as far as Dorado's concerned.
On Dorado, that's what we call a no bueno, folks. They got 1.65 meters left, which is an oof, an American measurement. Co College is going to take that one 3-0 convincingly, and I think just highlighting, what we were talking about earlier, Berkeley, they did a fantastic job of coordinating, sticking together, and having that synergy to get in and out of these fights as necessary. Play the game going over to DaBaby on the side of Co College.
And like we were saying in the pregame, Nuke, this is a team in Co College that moved up from Navigators. They made a national appearance in Navigators. They moved up here to Challengers, and they already look like they can hang toward the top of the pack. They were so in sync in their dives, and with dive, the Sombra Genji being as meta as it is right now, with those two heroes being so good, Co-College, they looked like a world beater in that game. I mean, on Eichenwald and Dorado, it was not close.
No, it was pretty scaled, I think. And Busan, like you mentioned earlier, it was a little bit more deathmatchy. We got to see people shine on both sides, but as soon as we got into the more strategic, slower pace game modes, such as in Dorado and Eichenwald, right? It was a toughie. They weren't able to get in and out like they wanted to. They weren't forced to fight on a point, and that scalability really took them back, I think.
Yeah, I do think it did. As the gamers say, there might have been a gap in this one. Nuke, do you have a player of the game that you want to give a shout to real quick? I know that one kind of flew by, but is there anyone that really caught your eye in that first matchup?
Uh, yes. What's the opposite of Sky?
Earth? I don't
Irf has got to
know.
be the player of the
All
player
right.
of the match for me. I mean, Irf did a great job on the Genji, just consistently getting kills, even without the Dragon Blade. The only other person I might give it to, in this play of the game would probably be DaBaby. Just very consistent on that Sombra, constantly getting hacks off, and just being a nuisance overall in the backline for CMU.
Yeah, that hack that Somber has, that is the go light for CMU. And DaBaby was doing a great job this game, but Earth just comes away with the cake here. So many dash resets, like you said, brought so much to the table, even without the use of his ultimate. Always a difference maker in this game. Definitely deserving of the player of the game. But Chet, that is going to be all for us for now. That is a wrap on our A-Stream week number 1. There is one more game on deck. Ottawa Braves are going to be taking on UH Premier just after this short break. But Nuke, it's been fun getting our feet wet with Overwatch 2 casting, and we'll be back doing it real soon.
Absolutely.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NECC. My name is Joker's Rants, and I'm along here with Sovdanum. And, well, we're ready to start things off here in the Champions Division. We've got a great matchup for you this evening.
We do. We have the Ottawa Braves taking on our new team here in the UH Premier. They are looking really, really good. From the Ottawa side of the Ottawa Braves. They're returning from last season with a pretty high rank, but it's a new team. So they're kind of in a rebuild period. I'm very interested to see how this rebuild went for them. But this Premier squad is fresh here. So I'm very curious to see, Joker. It's week one for us. It's not week one everywhere else, but it's week one to us for here in Overwatch. And there's going to be a lot on the line for both of these teams to kind of prove they got something in this division.
Yeah, and speaking of which, like you said, it isn't week one for NECC. So they've got a shorter time to get towards the fall semester playoffs. So there's not much room for error. You've got to be able to come out strong with this first matchup. And speaking of strong teams, we've got that Ottawa Braves squad that we were talking about. They came back from last year, but it's a lot of freshmen and sophomores here. So it's Flores on that support. He's also a flex support. So, Dimitri on tank, and then Sage as well on that support line with Flores and Tyrell and Ronnie rounding out that DPS line. It's going to be really a tall ask for them to repeat what they did from last year, but now we go into the UH Premier lineup. They've got Greetings and on that tank line. Then we've got Diego Wu and Nograd, the DPS lineup, and Dino Lobster, love that name, and Yodel rounding out the support line.
Yeah, this whole lobby is full of just fresh faces ready to get in on this. But I think the bigger uphill struggle is going to be from UH Premier because this is a team we don't know much about. It's worth noting that from the Braves side, they have a couple extra tank players on the bench. So they may still be trying to figure out or maybe making a lot more swaps as we get deeper into this series. And speaking of this series, it's a 5-mapper as long as we get there. But where are we going first, Joker? I kind of forgot.
Well, we're heading into South Korea. We're going to Busan, one of my favorite maps in this entire all of Overwatch. Besides, one of the taken out maps, as you can see in my background. I got to change it up. Can't use Hanamura anymore, even though it's pretty much perfect for esports.
It is. I mean, people have been saying we might get Hanamura back. Maybe we'll reuse it for something. But I'm with you. I'd like to see a lot of those 2C maps get reused for other things. But yeah. When it comes to Busan, it's such an interesting barometer for a lot of these teams. You're going to need to look at a lot of your hit scan for downtown. You know, we love to see those Widows, those Ashes take those high grounds. The Mecha Base, always a great place. We might see Reinhardt's, maybe a little bit more of Orisa and Junker Queen there if your teams are still playing that. Because as we all know, it still very strongly favors D.Va and Zarya here. So a lot of brawly comps and still the ability to kind of control the field. So you're going to have to keep an eye out really on these initiating DPS for assistance with like the Zarya and the D.Va, who's getting covered, who's getting bubbled as we go into those games.
Yeah, and you're talking about the DPS. I'm really interested to see how both of these teams like to run. We know Sombra is very, very strong at the moment, along with Genji, which has been meta through the entire the iteration of Overwatch 2 since the beta we've seen in Overwatch League. Genji's not going away. Then Sojourn turned up in these latest patches. I'm really excited to see how these teams come out with and how they mix and match and how they counter them, counter these heroes.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to see all these different kinds of players because having a Sombra player isn't necessarily something you just keep around. Sometimes a lot of times your hit scan players will kind of double into that and cover that. They're already used to playing Tracer, so it kind of makes sense to. But just being able to hack while you're constantly invisible, just giving away that information to Sombra, it's just so big. So a good combination like a Sombra Genji is really going to get you pressure onto the backline. So this is really going to test the peel of these teams to be able to get in and kind of keep their supports alive while also managing to get the picks.
And then also speaking about the supports, we mentioned meta DPS and tanks. The one tried and true is right now that we've seen is Lucio, but then when it goes to anything else, it really is up in the air with what teams like to run. So what do you think we're going to see from these two teams here, starting out specifically on Busan?
I think you're still right because Lucio is still very, very strong, and I think the question mark to all this is going to be, as long as you intend to brawl, you must have that Lucio. That's kind of a non-negotiable. Once you kind of sit back and you play more of those divas and maybe even some more range or slow poke based things, a Sigma for your payload maps. You just kind of can sit back. You can bring out your Zens, you can bring out your Baptistes. Ana can come out and make sure to hit those antis. It is gonna really see a real flexibility in the support line as well because you can't just sit back and run one comp here. This is a good place for Overwatch to be in, considering how important it is to have the flexibility across your entire team.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. I'm really excited to see hopefully some Zarya gameplay. And right now, Ottawa is locking that Zarya as a Zarya one trick myself. I love to see that. It's just great to see Zarya back in the meta of any for even this short period of time.
3, 2, 1.
I was expecting to see we see a little bit of just variation between the Zarya and the D.Va, and there's no. You could argue that one had like a solid matchup over the other, but I don't think that holds true. It is going to be interesting to see what this Widow from Nograd can get. Right away, Joker. They just take all
Yeah, they almost take out both of the support lines, and that's going to look good for UH Premier right now. They've taken out Flores as well, and, well, Nograd is down, but they've done their job. They've gotten the side of Ottawa Braves on the back foot, and, well, it's going to be UH Premier starting things off with the first capture of this division.
Yeah, that was quite an opening statement, just being able to come out and immediately get a head click for Nograd. So we were talking about making a statement and putting in the work, and yeah, the UH Premier is looking to do that. No changes really coming up. Sorry, there's a change. We're going to see that Sojourner come up. I agree. We need to be able to contest that range a little bit and put out a little more damage. It's just kind of unnegotiable here. So the clock will tick up. Coming up to 20, and the auto break is trying to get.
Yeah, they got to do something here. And speaking of something, Zavlio is on that Sombra. Going to be just a nuisance this entire time. Disruptor shot is come out from Toki, but not really finding the value you'd like to. As the Genji coming in from Tyrell, not going to find the value you want either, as that's going to be the side of UH Premier. Yeah, again, taking this fight.
I mean, and Nograd again, just there. The real pressure that Sojourn is exerting from just the ability to try to take up space just isn't finding the value, and Toki agrees with me on that. They're going to put in the Sombra, and I think, yeah, I kind of think it's a little late. You're already at 50%. You're way behind in the EMP race, but it was kind of something that needed to come out here. Tyrell's Blade coming in, there's not really much for it. Flores hasn't built anything. Oh, the Sombra speed, they know they're there. They're looking. But yeah, Tyrell's Blade is going to have value. Any sort of done here.
Ooh, and those sights are up now, so Toki can't get anywhere near Nograd on this Widowmaker anymore. They've got to figure something out. It's getting up to that 75%, and another nice shot coming in from Nograd, taking out Tyrell, who was almost up to that Dragon Blade, which would have been a huge fight changer for the side of Ottawa, as they're going to have to back up and wait for the time being.
They will, but the plus side for them is that they do have Nano, who has against something from the other side of that.
Yeah, that was a huge EMP coming in from Zavlio for this for UH Premier, and well, the D.Va is going to contest for as long as they can, but it's not going to be enough. The team kill gong sounds, and that's going to be round number 1 of Busan going to UH Premier.
That was a statement to be made from UH Premier. They just looked dominant right away. Just letting Nograd sit and kind of be uncontested. You needed that Sombra. You needed something to bother in the back, whether it be a flanker, whether it be some sort of a long-range contest. There just wasn't anything really there, and it's partially thanks to Greetings just constantly being able to eat up and create that space with the D.Va. Just the speed to get in and out and kind of pull a distraction, as opposed to Dimitri over on that Zarya. It just put in a lot of work. So, but now as we go to round 2, there's going to be a little bit of changes. It looks like Xavi is going to go to the Genji. A few swaps coming in. And Toki eyeing that Sojourn again. I do like that pick. I think it's from the beginning it will get more value.
I mean, Nograd's still locking this Widowmaker, but I was skeptical of it on downtown, but then, I mean, hey, it worked out for them. Let's see if it continues to work well for UH Premier here, looking for that sight line onto anyone really to open things up, almost finding the headshot they needed, but they're going to get found out immediately. Flores getting that final blow after Toki got a lot of damage done. That should open things up for the side of Ottawa, but it's still anyone's point, but they've got this point on lock, and they're going to get the first capture. No, not yet. Still, there it goes. It's in the favor of Ottawa as the DMAC comes through, and that's going to be the fight round up.
That will be it, and a good chunk of ult charge for the Ottawa Braves just being able to like that. DPS marker is still coming in. They've been invading your ranked games, and they're still here. Braves keeping that alive, as it were. So some changes coming in. Greetings going to pick up and match. We're just going to go with the full match here, and I think this is not too bad of a time. So you're looking pretty good. You feel like you can match this. We just need to see these Genjis continue to create the space and the Zaryas to capitalize on it, because right now, Dimitri hasn't had a lot of charge to pull up, but that purple.
Yeah, that's huge. Yodel's going to be able to take down Sage, who was getting up there in ultimate percentage. But Tyrell going to turn it back, taking out the Ana of their own. But there goes Nograd. Does not matter what heroes they're on. They're going to click some heads, and it's still anyone's point at the moment because, well, no one's got anything up, but there goes Tyrell finding a 2K. Could this be the fight, or the kill that Ottawa needs to keep this in their favor? And it does seem to be the case.
Yeah, that once the Genji gets to, it's kind of over and going into the next round. Most of your ultimates up for Ottawa Braves. So the tools are getting in there. You just kind of don't have your answer yet for Xavier's lead. So if you can kind of protect your Lucio or say that.
Ooh, that's a big anti. Yeah, big anti coming in from Yodel there. Flores does get Yodel out of that fight. Two-piece with the Coalescence. And that's going to win them that fight and going to be able to get saged more up towards that sound barrier that they desperately need for Xavi's Blade.
That was good aggressive play from them. They really were able to save that, and now they're in a great spot going into the blades will be canceled out by each other. So scrap them early, no choker.
Ooh, and but they lose Flores. They committed the barrier, and they're going to be able to hold this, but no one's going to get a touch Sove. Oh my goodness, what a great grab by Dimitri.
Great heads up play there. Great heads up play, just knowing they had to. All they had to do was play the clock. And even if the Genjis got there to touch, that was just quite literally going to be a Genji duel. So great heads up play to bring us to round 3 here. And I don't know what I was expecting, but this is definitely going to be a great match going in for these teams. And now we're bringing out the heavy hitters, we're bringing out the brawlers, now we're bringing out the Reaper. I do like this. Reaper has a lot of strength when it comes to these close range brawls, and still the ability to flex and can enable the Zarya still. I like this. Dallas Fuel kind of pioneered this, but it's trickled into these games. Meanwhile, on the other side, UH Premier wants to play it slower. They're going to poke with the Sigma here, and I don't hate that. My fear is what happens when Reaper gets into too close to that Sigma, because it can just run on them.
Yeah, and they don't really have. I mean, they have a tracer. Yeah, they have really the only thing that can really text them is that tracer. But two tap from the Reaper shotguns is gonna just take down Xavi as they're gonna teleport straight into them. This Tyrell looking to do some damage as they're gonna get out, but Greetings gonna be the first person to get a kill in this fight. Toki down. That is not the way Ottawa was hoping this fight was gonna start out, as this is UH Premier's fight written all over it.
It's just gonna be like slow poke is done, and now they can collapse onto the play. Yeah, that was a little bit of a mismatched entrance from the Braves. Got it very quickly up to the point. No guy was putting it some work. You got to shout that out for that long range hit scan. Will not be denied. They've been a part of that, and that's the difference of this poke comp. They can get it, they can get everywhere. So Ottawa Braves need to fine tune a little bit. That Sombra needs to reach the same time as the engage of that Reaper. And if they're just a little bit off, they're easy to get punished by this poke.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you here, as you got to see the Disruptor shot coming out. They're going to just deal some damage. It's going to make them waste a little bit more time. They've got to get in onto this comp, but they had to use the speed or the health boost instead of using speed to get right on top of the opposing team, as now they come through as Tyrell looking for something with the Reaper, but nothing's really going for this Ottawa Braves squad. They're going to use the Flux Diz Greetings. Not going to find anything, however, so that could be the start for Ottawa, but I'm just saying that they're going to be trading things out, but it still looks good for UH Premier, as Flores is going to pop the Coalescence.
It was thrown in there a little bit later. We're fine. Are they turning this back? No.
Yeah, the overclock going to be popped by Nograd there with a headshot kill onto the Coalescing Moira. Going to finish things up. They're up to 70% here. It's looking good for UH Premier.
They are looking really good, but it cost them pretty much everything to get that. You might have wanted to save that overclock, but going into this, it's going to be fine. There's still a good combo coming in for grab, and that wasn't here, so that pop blade.
Here it is. But they're not going to be able to pop the Death Blossom here. There it comes out now, and that should wrap things up. 2K for the Blossom from Tyrell, and that's going to get the point into the favor of Ottawa.
All right, it wasn't the play we were expecting, but get there, and that's really all you can ask for if you're the Braves. Unless you still manage to save sound barrier, there's nothing you really need to do to keep it. But if you're smart, you know there's a game in the line, and you just play towards that, try to hold your sound barrier to the next game. Because there's not really anything that needs to be saved for Joker.
Yeah, I like that play from Xavi, trying to force him back, as and it works. They take out Tuki. That's huge, as the EMP was online there, so that's going to be huge if they can flip this fight back into the favor for UH Premier. But right now, it's just being contested between Saged and Xavi on point. But now the rotation coming in from UH Premier. Oh no! They get 4 people, and the EMP comes through. But are they going to be able to get enough kills to get it into the favor, keep it in the favor of Ottawa? And they does seem like they are here.
Very good for UH Premier, who was very good for UH Premier to try to pull that somewhere. That was a very dangerous game that Sage was playing, but it almost worked out in their favor. Toki coming through big with that EMP, and now with the other 3 ultimates coming in, and 60% on the clock, they're going to try to close this out here. But the 3 ultimates for UH Premier, there's nothing really you can put together, but you can still get some win con out of some of these combination of ults.
Yeah, as they're going to force it here, and they're going to actually get the point. Oh, that's tough luck for the side of Ottawa, but they're going to come back strong anyway. Even after the Sigma Flux was used by Greetings, they're going to get all these kills for the side of Ottawa. Greetings does turn it back. They take out Sage, but Greetings, oh my goodness, Greetings, but there goes Tyrell, the Death Blossom, the Beyblades of Death coming out from Ottawa, and they're going to be able to keep a hold of this point.
I'm impressed. You know, the previous high contenders in the Ottawa Braves, it cost them everything, but they're still holding on. And as we go to last fight, it's going to be a pulse bomb and an overclock from the DPS line for UH Premier. One of those two has to get up pick, otherwise it's just all the Ottawa Braves here.
Yeah, they're going to have to walk into Tyrell's shotguns, which is not the place you want to be if you are UH Premier. As it's getting up to 95%, the overclock has been popped by Nograd, and it's going to find 2! That is the pick they needed. Dimitri trying to turn it back, however, but Nograd is on fires right now. They're going to find 4 picks in this fight. Can they find the 5th here? And Zombies takes it from him.
Almost 5K. That'll be the last bits of touches, but I think UH Premier and that overclock really Nograd came to life in those last second Joker. I could be wrong here, though. Maybe
they flipped it, and they're still going. The overtime bar finally ticks down, and UH Premier take map number 1.
That was quite a bit of a match there. That could have gone either way, but Nograd really came up strong into that. That was powerful of them to come in for that. So, I mean, kudos to them. That's a player you have to be able to bother and ignore. But I got to give it, the EMPs have been really, really good here. That's just from that closing fight there, too. It was just very, very strong. And what an opening bout from these 2 juggernaut teams.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a strong showing from one of our new squads, UH Premier.
Yep.
Coming, and we didn't know what they were looking like, but they look like a very strong contender going forward. But are they going to be able to keep it up is the real question as we head into a hybrid map here. So it's going to be
Eichenwald.
Yeah, it's going to be Eichenwald.
Eichenwald is going to be. I mean, you can't really. There's not too much to be swapped, really. I mean, we kind of saw what I think both these teams are going to do, and we will see a bit of a side swap also. So we'll see some team chase sides. But I mean, if you're been paying attention to this match, Nograd has stood out as a very powerful DPS. That seems to be what you really need to do with your Sombra, is just get in the back line, get a Sombra, a Tracer, someone back there to just kind of bait them into not paying attention. Because the second Nograd is just left with that free reign and uncontested, even under the pressure, they've looked well. But once you let them just be uncontested, we saw that first pick from that first shot in Busan, 100% first kill rate. I mean, I'd be afraid of that.
Yeah. I definitely have to agree with you there. And with Eichenwald, I doubt we see Widowmaker maybe on second point, but I just think you'd stick with the Sojourn that we saw from Nograd there, because I mean, it's still just the best of both worlds.
Not to mention just all the space denial you get when it comes to something like Azaria. It's very easy just to say, like, no, I'm not letting you get in here. No, let me just protect my team from this person you're trying to bubble, and let me just kind of make it very difficult to get in and contest on this, or to take the space that you're wanting to get. So Sojourn, one of the newer heroes, still really important If you haven't been playing her, it's still very important to have that skill on the team. But this has been a flexible team overall. We've seen quite a bit of heroes, and it's only been one map in 3 rounds.
Yeah, it really has. Yeah, they played a lot of. I can't think of it off the top of my head. I think one of the DPS on Ottawa played 3 on that
Like 3 or 4
first round, 3 or 4 just that first round. So that's really what you need in Overwatch 2 with just how evolving this game is. You just need to be able to have that flexible player, that super flex as people call it, just to be able to be on your team and be able to adapt to anything that really comes out your way.
And given that now we're going to Eichenwald, it's a hybrid, this is where you're going to need those kinds of flex players, not just across your DPS lines, but also in your support lines too. Like you said, second point gets very, very high. There's a lot of high ground. There's a lot of long sight lines. Perfect for a Zenyatta if you want to sneak in a little bit of extra damage. Your tank line probably might even consider going to Winston here for point A or for that second part. And, in that last bit, everybody loves to brawl inside the castle. So it's a very good chance we see something swap in there. We might see the Orisa, we might see the Rhines come back. It's still a very easy win condition to just get right into the front line and let them swing right now.
Yeah, I'd love to see Orisa. I love. I guess we're heading to a break. I think is what I've been told. It looks like there's tech issues for someone, so I think we're heading to a short little break. Don't go anywhere. You're not gonna want to miss some more Overwatch 2 action right after this. right, we're back in. Well, the tech issues have been fixed, so we're now ready to head straight in to Eichenwald any second now. You're so.
Yeah, I mean, look, the drawbridge was kind of stuck down. We had to get some Omnics to kind of lower it. It happens. I mean, what do you expect? The game is obviously perfect, but there can be bugs sometimes. We're all very aware. Overwatch is, as we know, a perfect game.
Yeah, I've played maybe one time so far of Overwatch 2 just because of how weird the release has been. I mean, I've loved every second that I played of it. Hey, that's a first for a while for Overwatch for me, which is great. Great news.
And I will say the action we've gotten from the new game has been incredible too. If you've caught that first map over on Busan, it was really, really a nail biter. Could have gone either way down to 99.99 for 3. So I expect probably similar out of Eichenwald too. Just get.
Ready for battle.
All right. I've been told that my co-caster has not been being heard. So I'll talk for a little bit as well. Right now we're seeing similar stories to what we saw previously on Busan. As well, they've got a couple of different changes. Yodel is now on the Moira, I believe, who was previously running mostly Ana. But not much has really changed from either of these two squads.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I hear you. I just don't know if they hear you. They hear you. So, well, let's gonna see here. As they're gonna start this fight off, trying to get some positioning here as Tyrell on this Genji, looking to get things going as Toki pops that disruptor shot through the choke, trying to get some positioning for this Ottawa Braves squad, as it's going to be Nograd, however, starting things off, taking out Toki in the fight early on with a nice headshot with that secondary fire. This should be UH Premier's fight. Still nothing, as now the fight really hasn't broken down yet. We've gotten a little bit of going back, regrouping, but no fight really has been won as Nograd goes super low there. Tyrell looking for that kill, looking for it as the grab's already been built up. Greetings, gonna be able to open things up and finish the fight. That's a massive grab coming out from Greetings.
That's a great hold from that grab, and a quick graviton surge is that. Sorry, everybody. It was me lowering the drawbridge there and helping keep everybody in shape. But speaking of in shape, Greetings absolutely coming and deadlifting that there for that. So they'll be rewarded with a couple ults coming in their way. But Flores has this nano. It's probably going to go on to the fighters immediately. Daria, if they can build up that shot.
Yeah, it's going to be scary to see. Oh, what a huge sleep. Are they going to be able to get the kill on to Zavi, though? No, they're nuts! As they're going to pop the grab coming in, but there's going to be really no kills from it besides Tyrell, and Dimitri is going to fall in the end, as this is not how this fight was looking to shape up for Ottawa Braves, as it's all UH Premier.
Wow. No, that was 3 ultimates committed for little to no value, and Nograd still able to come out on top and clutch that is rewarded with that overclock, and I would be terrified if this was back. I haven't seen that yet, and the EMP overclock probably means you might struggle again if you're in a half. You have to get up some value for the overclock. I'm going to try to catch that same score line too.
Yeah, something's gotta give here if you are Ottawa Braves. They need to come in looking for something, but it's gonna be the EMP coming out, connecting to 4. Tyrell's gonna pop the Dragon Blade a little late after 2 of his teammates have already gone down. They do take out Greetings, but there's just a little bit of maybe a fat finger coming in from Tyrell on the Genji.
Zabi has just been continually getting value in the backline, and that's again one of the things that was concerning me from that first map. That if your Sombra is able to get in the backline and create the space by hack off, you're going to find more value. Tyrell going to swap a bit of a booster, just try to find a little bit more control with There's that rabbit hole. It catches two.
Yeah, it catches two, but are they going to be able to get the kill? Yes, they do. Sage going down. The overclock has been popped by Toki, but they can't find the value that Nograd keeps getting with all of their picks and all of their plays with the sun on the opposite side. As now the overclock coming through, looking for the kills. They're popping, getting damage down. They might not be getting the kills, but they're getting them back to spawn.
Recharge.
Wow. Great turnaround. UH Premier looking dominant. They won't even know if there'll be a chance to hold here. They've and there's a coalescence just straight to the spawn. Beautiful one.
Yeah, that's huge. Sage was probably looking to be that person to touch the point. Tyrell does take down Yodel, which could be huge, but no one's there on the point. I thought Toki was going to it, but in the end, UH Premier complete the full hold on point number 1.
Ooh, that's a morale breaker. That's we call that in the business a big sad, because coming off of a loss from round 1 and now coming into a full hold is that's tough. That's a tough place to be. You kind of just got what is probably your most comfortable comp kind of outplayed, and you're caught looking in all the different ways from that Sombra. So Xavi really not showing off as the major player, but really absolutely putting in the work for UH Premier. And they are truly living up to their name. They are quite a premier squad, Joker.
Yeah, they are definitely looking to be. They're definitely living up to their name here. So, as which we were talking about, the Ottawa Braves were a very good team last year, but we did say there are probably going to be some growing pains with a new roster coming out, and I think that's showing right now. It's there. I think there's the pieces there, but right now that's not clicking.
It's definitely all there. You can see it in just the comps they're trying to run, and they're trying to play. They're trying to get Toki on this Sombra to put in some work. They're trying to make all these things in. They're even trying to play smart by saying, all right, we're getting just bullied by this Sombra. We need something to try to play it. We have no CC in our DPS line. We don't want to give up our Zarya. So let's bring in something that can just hopefully span and get some value in this Reaper. And right now it hasn't, but my concern is just that they're just going to get run over. Need this Reaper to find value in the tank, but they've already gotten.
Yeah, they've already gotten through this choke because they're looking to get this fight underway. Right now, it's anyone's point, but these hacks are going to be huge. The damage that comes out from them is massive, but Tyrell, with just the Reaper, is just forcing them back. That frontline damage is too much to handle as UH Premier is forced back to spawn.
That's what I wanted to see out of this, and this flip from Tyrell has looked very, very good. Almost already a death loss of 61 from that one fight alone. So they're sitting well. They just need to continue to keep pressuring the Zarya and keeping greetings in their own way. If the Sombra fight breaks out of the side, Joker, is anybody going to complete a kill here? It looks like not.
It's not going to, but Toki was in a little bit of trouble as they're going to get to the point here. It does seem as Nograd finds the pick onto Sage. It is going to be traded out as Tyrell still doing a lot of damage, but now they're out of the fight. Who's going to be the person to step up now for Ottawa? As Greetings did take out, that was the Tyrell kill. As it does seem like things have stabilized now, however, as the EMP is going to be coming in from Toki. It does connect to 2, and that should be enough to win them that fight.
Does stall the wave for now and will push them back. Not much charge on Dimitri, but it's going to be hopefully let's get a couple exit rates from the top. There's that hack to try to get some value, so they're going to have to keep an eye. Probably use this hack to try to get value on the Sombra and just try to build up whatever they can of their own EMP already, because they just need to find some way. If this EMP hits, it's all over. They're going to open early.
Yeah, they're going to open cold. It's a man EMP coming in from Xavi. And it is, however, going to be traded out 2 for 1, as that's going to be huge. And they only had to use the grab and the coalescence on the side of Ottawa.
That's still good. The coalescence there was just bait. It was just bait to try to get the EMP out, and it worked perfectly. Dimitri caught him right in that Graviton Surge, and it worked out perfectly. So now Tyrell needs to continue to come up big here. This Blossom has to hit something. There is going to be a sound barrier. But so the question is, what does UH Premier have to respond when that drops?
That is the question. That is the question indeed. as they're going to look to get into the back. The Coalescence come out. The Death Blossom now. Tyrell taking down Yodel immediately as Greetings popped that grab right before they died. No Grade is going to try to turn it around. They're going to pop their own, overclock, and they do find two, like you said, but still, it's anyone's point, but it still seems like the defending squad have the upper hand as they're going to force them back, and still no progress has been found on the point.
Look at how close that was, though.
Yeah.
That was less than a percentage there. That was less than a percentage to get that, and that cost everything on both sides. So Swab's coming in, Yodel bringing in the Ana. They're just gonna try to win this, I guess, with just hopefully with a powerful nade. They are coming into last fight, so this is gonna be a tough uphill climb. The MPs on both sides are really gonna have to try to find some value. They'll just rush through point, and the question is, does Tyrell stay in enough to get value?
Yeah, and he's gonna come out now. The bubble is down from Greetings. They need to focus Tyrell, and they need to focus him now because that frontline damage is huge, and that's gonna be the pick they need. Tyrell out of this fight. Now Zavi and Toki are the mainstays, but it is looking good for UH Premier. Zavi's gonna pop the EMP. It finds all three. That should be it here, Sove, as this is gonna be UH Premier's map.
Wow. I mean, you got to shout out the Braves there because they did hold it back well. That Reaper swap was very intuitive, but in the end, they were just, again, they were met at the mirror and just beaten by that. Greetings. These grabs have been big. Let's just call it what it is. These grabs have been great used defensively. Caught 3 there. It was a cleanup, but smart play for both of these teams, just using these grabs defensively and just realizing, all right, we need to find the person who's getting the damage in and who's getting the power, who's kind of leading the team here, and just punish him. For a while it was the Sombra, then it was this Reaper. So now that the teams are kind of figuring out where can we find advantage in our DPS players, in our tanks, and whatever they have, it's been this back and forth game. And I think if you're watching from this division, it's tough because this is probably 2 teams you could see later down the line towards playoffs as we get there. One of them is going to lose tonight, but I would say you have to be aware of both of these teams in this division.
Yeah, you definitely have to agree with you there. And a person you need to specifically look out for going forward is Nograd.
Yeah,
just continuously just been dominant throughout this series. As maybe we'll see how this thing wraps up. We're gonna head to a short little break. You're not gonna want to miss the conclusion of this first series. All right, welcome back, everyone. It is time for map number 3 in the Champions Division. UH is leading 2-0 after 2 maps, and could we see the clean sweep coming through here as we head into Dorado?
It's payload time, but this is different because we've got a lot more high grounds, Joker. So this is going to be very, very interesting, and we do have a sub coming in also. Dino is going out, which means we'll see a new support coming in. And I was kind of thinking of this as we were getting this information. What are you bringing in for Dorado? You're probably bringing in, I was thinking maybe a Brig, but that still seems very odd. There's a lot of high grounds to control. So possibly a Zenyatta. I'm very curious to see what the depth of this bench also brings for these teams.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested as well because, like you said, Brig doesn't really make that much sense. Mercy, if you're
Maybe?
trying to pocket someone, but we've already seen what Nograd can do without a pocket, so it's not like you really need that. So, yeah, maybe they're going to be running more of a bunker-esque composition with a Sigma on this map.
It would be a little unorthodox simply because there's so much high ground to control. This is typically where you'll see Genjis or things like that. A lot of the pros have even started to bring in these kind of quirky Symmetra Shacks to immediately take the high ground and contest from a distance. So I wouldn't be shocked if we saw those kinds of things pop out. But yeah, what are we? I could even see the Mercy if you're feeling like you want to send in like a Winston or a Diva and you're just not sure that they're not going to get bullied off the high grounds. So we'll see. We'll talk all day until we're blue, but we'll see what they come in. And yeah, I was right. Vu is coming in on the Brig. It is. I'm not. I want to see it. I'm not sold on it immediately because there's so much high ground. If you're going to leave the Brig to contest the cart, she is perfectly fine, but it's going to be a little bit tough. You have to defend there. And Toki still eyeing that Sombra. They've been playing very well, but just a little bit behind. Hopefully, when there's not a counter, a Sombra on the other side, she'll get some more value on that for the Braves.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, they can get some value here. But yeah, it's pretty much what we thought we were gonna see from the side of Ottawa coming out as the defense. They need a good defense here as they're going to start things off. And anti-name does come onto Greetings, which could be huge, but they're not going to get the follow-up that would be necessary to take out these mini raid bosses that have tanks have become in Overwatch 2. But as they're just vying for position at the moment.
Yeah, they've got the high ground and they're in the middle of the choke now, so that's kind of half the battle already won. Now we'll get half the space it's getting low here.
Yeah, the Diva is really low at the moment, but they're gonna get healed back up. But same thing, Yodel is down low as well. A nice anti-nade now comes through. Greetings is super low, but can they get that follow-up? No, they cannot. And it's gonna be Toki going down first. It is gonna be traded out. Zavi is out as well, but still, I like how where UH Premier is at the moment. They've got the positioning. They've got everything they need to continue to hold.
And Nograd just kind of not really putting the pressure to control the spaces here, just kind of be able to keep the tanks up. And they don't get to go after the probably Genji here or the Diva. They're will through the ultimate will not quite happen.
Yeah, as they're gonna pop out, the self-destruct is out. It's gonna be Ottawa in the kill feed here as they're gonna lock things up. Gonna get to the first point here, which is desperately what they needed.
They did manage to save on the side of UH from there. They saved their own blade, so they'll have 3 ults coming in, and now we see this Arya coming in. Again, just a little unorthodox. They're going to give it. That means they're going to give up that high ground positioning or try to play it earlier. So, I guess with the tools in their bag, if you can buy the space with Nograd, Zavi can put in the work with that blade to win this. But the Braves don't really have an answer themselves, so expect that defensive EMP to come in. As you can see, these Sombra just kind of teetering the line there. Just the place for it.
Yeah, they've been found out though. The EMP does come out. Zavi does pop the blade, and it only gets on to the support line, it seems, as they're gonna come through. Zavi finds one with the dragon blade, so it's not really mattered at the moment as they still have Grande on the board with their old ultimate available to be popped any second now. And it's going to be Zavi finding the Genji duel into their favor. The overclock there as well, and that's going to wrap things up for the defense.
I don't know that you needed to commit it, but the overclock has gotten the value, and that's fine if you're UH Premier. You're kind of going into this next fight pride. You're just going to try to have value. So I'm still also not really sold on the Brig. You're not. I guess if your concern is that Mookie be out of the top range, you're going to swing on it. But I feel like there's so much high ground that you can play close to the heart here, and you can see it. The Diva of Dimitri just more fast. It's not like there's a Blade Joker.
Yeah, the Blade coming out, but they're going to be slept up there as it was a deflected sleep. Was it? No, Yodel was on the Ana. I still thought they were on the Moira or something. I'm all over the place, but still, it's still a huge play coming in from UH Premier to sleep that Genji in the midst of that Blade.
I got to give it to UH Premier. They're holding the background well. Dimitri just doing their best to try to get this high ground. Just doesn't have the support. Support lines are just not really that great when it comes to this mobility. Again, Joe, the way to clean it up will eventually get forced back to Zavi, not quite getting it out. So Nano is available, probably going to go on to get past the play, but the hack early.
Yeah, hack is going to be huge, but it's not going to find the value you would have definitely hoped for. As now they're going to come through the high ground, push them back, and they're going to look to take out Grande, but they get Zavi, which is huge. A huge sleep coming in, but they're going to be woken up immediately afterwards. But right now, it's still looking good. UH Premier can win this fight out. Zavi's coming back from spawn. They've got the ultimates they need to contest this.
There it is. That Nano's going to keep this off. That big purple coming in.
Yeah, the Blade coming out, taking one down, looking for more as they find the two, but they get the point, or am I? No, they did not get the. They did cap the point.
They capped point, and they capped the point. Got me with the Blade.
Oh wait, no,
they around the sound barrier too.
Wait, no, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Oh my goodness, 1.18 meters.
Wait,
I don't.
No, they did. They did. It's a red tick underneath.
Okay, because I saw it moving backwards, which is why I thought it.
They're just short. Okay. They didn't get it, which means Toki's. Oh no, they did. Okay, just rolls through. Yeah, Braves got it. So Toki's EMP is going to be the winner here. It might be a Nano Sombra. There it is.
Well, the EMP does come through, but it's going to be traded around and about. But there it goes. Ottawa gets the fight win.
Easy, clean, quick. UH Premier holding on to 3, so they'll have, I guess it's going to be probably this grab and overclock. If whoever you can grab is just an easy pickings for Grande, who really hasn't needed the help. But Vu is holding on to rally, so there's. I guess it's probably just going to go to get the Nano Diva going here. So something to play around this.
Yeah, it's going to come out here. The grab coming through from Greetings, taking out Toki immediately. Not going to mess with any threats. But Tyrell, speaking of threats, has the nano boost, and they're popping things. They find 2 with the Dragon Blade. Looking for more, but no, they're not going to find it. But they've done enough for the moment. They've got the defenders on the back foot. Dimitri taking out Vu. This should be the fight win for Ottawa Braves.
Toki's not enough. Toki's just sick of getting bullied on that, and they know they're looking for them. So they'll get this here, but the overclock is here. He'll grab safe today.
Looking for the picks, but nothing coming through. Sage gonna be the one to get that final blow, and a massive anti-nade comes through. An EMP coming in from Zavi, but are there people to follow up on it? Yes, there are. There's 2 coming back from spawn. Greetings and Yodel keeping everyone up and healthy for the time being, and that's going to be the hold coming in, it seems, for UH Premier. But no, the sound barrier coming in. Sage takes out Yodel. It's anyone's point still, Sove, and oh my goodness, it's now flipped back into the favor for Ottawa as they're gonna find the pulse bomb kill. Grande is down. What is going on? This is just the back and forth, but it does seem Ottawa having the upper hand. No real ultimates to speak of, but the coalescence should be popped any second. But no, it's going to be UH Premier.
They don't need it. They don't need it. They were able to pull it back and again, the choices had to be made, and Ottawa wanted to try to commit to win that one fight, put all the resources they had built up there to it, and just didn't pay off. So last fight with a nano, nothing really to put into it. They'll have to hold it until Tyrell gets the nano blade, and that will be their win con. Meanwhile, UH Premier is probably, I mean, they're probably going to, Kyoto's probably going to commit this coalescence early, and if they can time it with greeting trap, get one, this is how you do it.
Yeah, Dimitri's popped this nano early on. The grab has come out from Greetings, and it does seem to be going for the favor of UH Premier. The self-destruct is going to come out. If it's massive, this could be huge, and it is. They find two, but there is still two people left for UH Premier on point, and it is just a lone diva. This does seem to be in the favor of UH Premier, and that is going to be it. The overtime bar ticks down as UH Premier holds on point number 3.
Closer spawns gets them all the time, and Zabi will take themselves out as a final farewell there. But gotta give it, because that was, again, these scrappy fights, and you can kind of see it there for the end. Toki was just eventually sick of it, just said, I'm not getting value on this Sombra. I'm constantly being found out. My EMPs are getting immediately punished. I'm sick of playing this game. So my question is Toki going to stay on the Sombra? They've just been denied the power and the ability that really has been gotten from a lot of the Sombras we've been seeing. So I don't know if they're going to see that, because I will say Toki looked good on that Tracer. She looked very good. She was able to put in work, build pulse bomb fast. So I think in a role like that, a Sojourn is not an equally bad pick either. And Nograd going back on the Widow, we saw what they did on map 1 going into this, but I would be a little bit afraid if you can't contest Nograd on that Widow. He has put in shots, and he has put in value across the board. And even going into this, I'm still not, I mean, okay, well, we're matching the Briggs on both sides. I'm still not sold, Joker. I'm still not 100% sold, but it's, they are, like, we almost had it complete, so what does that say?
I don't know. I don't really know. But, hey.
It means we really like to brawl on this low ground. That's what I mean, that's what I can think of.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I can think of.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
It's getting late for me.
It was more of a rhetorical question. Don't worry, I promise. I wasn't actually, I'm not grading this, I promise.
Okay, you're not grading that. Great. That's great. It's kind of getting late for me. I mean, yeah,
I get it.
But yeah, I definitely agree with you. They're definitely looking to brawl it more on the low ground, which is interesting with the rest of the comp that's being ran from both of these squads.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it worked all right for the UH Premier on their defense, so hey, why not copy them? But Dimitri is going to be the one to be contesting Nograd on this Widow, and it's working out for them so far as Dimitri get another pick in this fight, and that's going to just have to force back UH Premier as Nograd's going to be swapping off.
Yep, that was what I wanted to see, was somebody contesting Nograd and not letting them get the value contested now over to the Sombra, showing us a little bit of flexibility. We'll have to see what happens when Nograd gets in the back lines. In there, that nade comes in, finds one, but not enough to do anything.
Yeah, the nade not going to find the value that you would have liked to. It did push them back, but not getting the kill, getting a kill would be just so much more worth it in the end, as Nograd looking to get in to get this kill onto Tyrell. They get him super low, so they can't really do much of the work that they would have liked to. As Greetings now finding their footing, taking out Flores, and going to be able to push continuously forward. The hack is going to be huge, taking away Dimitri's mech, but they're going to get it right back thanks to that self-destruct, as it's still looking good for Ottawa. They're investing all their, or sorry, not looking good for Ottawa. UH Premier is what I'd like to say, is they're going to be forced back by this nano boost coming in onto Greetings. Now they have their own self-destruct to use, as well as a Dragon Blade now coming out from Tyrell. Is they're going to be able to take out Greetings? 2, 3 for the Genji of Ottawa as they flip the script immediately.
It took a little time for Tyrell to warm up, but now that we've clearly seen Tyrell in this Genji, it's very apparent that that's a comfort pick. I think that's almost something you kind of wanted to see a little sooner. That might have solved some of the problems in earlier maps, but it's never too late. It will come into that's the remake for Dimitri just to get themselves back in. So have this rally. They'll need to pop it early before the hit. Otherwise, it's going to fall. And at this point,
Yeah, as they're going to start things off. Boo popping their own. Both rallies now being popped for both of the squads, but the EMP going to be coming out from Nograd. The Dragon Blades are in response as well. Zavi finding 2 with the blade, looking for a third. Not going to find it as Greetings gets that last kill in that little kerfuffle, as this is going to be all UH Premier.
Yep, the ults were just in their favor, and now that we're back to neutral, it's going to be a tough contest here because both teams have equal amount of play. You know, we're just in the mirror now, so there's nothing on either side, and it's just going to really depend who gets control of this high ground and who is able to manipulate the space. And you can see Nograd already just playing so far back, he's going to be able to give those pings and that clear information. And the Braves are just willing to die on this high ground. They're just going to let it roll, probably drop the knee down and contest, but fighting along this little ledge.
Ooh, a
this
nice
sleep
sleep.
already, Joker Hope gets out.
Yeah, but immediately getting woke up. Not going to be not waking up. Woke up. Sorry, that's the English that I'm looking for. Not the value would have liked it, but Dimitri coming in from the high ground, taking away Zavi is going to be huge. You know, they didn't trying to build up to another Dragon Blade here at the moment, but it does seem like Ottawa has this upper hand right now, especially with that DMEC onto Greetings, and they're going to be forced back, lose out of that fight as well.
Yeah, they're going to save it, and they're going to have that unification, so they'll have Needle Blade plus Self-Destruct in there, probably not needing to use all of it, because there's not really defensive answers short of Greeting Self-Destruct, so it may just kind of end up being either wait until this EMP is live or just try to play this self-destruct defensively. That's your only answer to the Braves. Be able to get us home. There's that dash.
Yeah, the blade comes out. Tyrell with a nice dash comes through, but a huge sleep coming in from Yodel, just eliminating that threat instantly with one ability is going to be huge. Tyrell, however, is going to get their revenge, taking out Vu with a dry kill, as it's going to force back UH Premier.
That was everything for the Braves, though. They do have their own EMP and Toki, but there's nothing to follow up with it, so it's going to be very, very important to try to get some sort of value from that EMP. Meanwhile, UH Premier, they've saved everything, and there's the EMP.
Huge EMP coming out. 4 is going to be massive, and the damage coming in as well. They're going to pop that Dragon Blade of their own. Now coming in from Zavi, looking for the follow-up. No Nano Blade anymore, but it's still looking good, but not any longer because Tyrell on this Genji. Something's unlocked. They're going God mode, Super Saiyan, coming in for Ottawa.
That's, wow, that was several. That probably should have been UH first fight, so that counter EMP Toki came up huge. It's good to see it. The Braves have finally figured out what they needed to do to kind of get the They'll be rewarded with a rally to keep them going. Not much else to go with it. The mid-fight, they'll get that blade, and that's going to be the win con, but Fu kind of timing this rally appropriately is going to be their only defense going into this fight, and they're running out of time, Joker. It's 30 seconds.
Yeah, we might be getting our first push map, but I don't want to jinx it yet, as the rally has now come out. They're going to be able to hold up the nice play, but now Tyrell coming out yet again to force them back. Oh my goodness, Tyrell just mowing down their enemies as they continue to be just dominant on this Genji, as it's just Nograd left on the point. The self-destruct to keep them away from point, and we are heading to push.
Hey, I'm not disappointed in that. The Braves came up big here, bringing it up to 2-1, and they looked very good there. Yeah, Tyrell came to life. If it's not a Tyrell play, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, pick one. Like, those blades were just very, very phenomenal across the board. And I couldn't tell you which one it's going to be, but they played incredibly well. Yeah, we saw them earlier with this Reaper and over and try to just take the space and prevent it that way. Genji is still really strong, guys. I mean, if you're good at Genji, if you put the time into one and you still have those skills, there's no time like the present to play him. And given that Sombra is a great pairing and it's easy to set up a pick by just getting a hack and then having the Genji come in and just alternate fire them, I think this is exactly what we wanted to see out of the Braves as we go to push here.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible stuff. Pretty incredible stuff, really. I don't really know where that Tyrell was the first two maps. of the series. But hey, it's better late than never because hey, it's a first of 3. Or best of 5, so you still got those couple of maps to go before you really have to really win.
Yeah, and I mean it's worth noting that Nograd has been quiet that round too,
Yeah.
right? Like Nograd was really kept in check across various heroes, and it was very easy to see that once we got to the point where we just kind of kept our carries in check, we were able to kind of keep Nograd off of Sojourn and Widow. The game got a little easier, and suddenly the Braves looked like the driving force of this. They were able to take fights when they wanted to, and they were able to position a little better and protect their team a little better. So, the Braves showing they came to play, and I'm excited to see. I'm excited to go to push here because this is going to be more of the same, but now we're looking at some different modes because it's not as slow. This is a lot more mobile of a mode here.
Yeah, and we're going to be heading to Coliseum. I don't know if we mentioned that. One of the push maps that we have available to us at this moment in time. And speaking of new things, we've got some new players coming in to the matchup. Sharing N coming in for Greetings, and Dino Lobster is back in for Vu.
All right, so Vu going out tells me we're going back to Lucio, and the new tank means we're probably playing either some sort of Reinhardt or Junker Queen because it's Coliseum. Yeah, and I mean Junker Queen took a big hit going into this, so her strength, as we kind of saw with the pros, was really high. Now it's back down. So I think with that in mind, it's very possible we see some Reinhardts. It's very important to keep, as you know, control of this bot. So a more active objective requires a more aggressive threat on the cart. And I think a Reinhardt would be a great pick here. It's very possible we'll see the Sojourn and Genji still. There's no reason not to play them. You still are deadly from such a range. So the question, I think, is what happens when you bring in a different tank? Because this is not as easy. Like, you're bringing in, a lot of the times your tanks are your in-game leaders.
Yeah.
So does this change the flow of the team? Are we going to see someone else step up? Because Greetings has put in quite a bit of work on that tank role, playing that Zarya and the Diva. So I'm very curious to see again what these subs offer for these teams.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. And could we possibly see an Orisa? No, we're just gonna stick on Zarya. Of course we are.
Interesting. I mean, she's very strong.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
why make the swap then? Like, Greetings was playing very well.
Maybe they have an exam in the morning and it's getting late for them.
Unbelievable. Early going to bed before midnight in college, Joker. I don't believe that. No, I can't buy that. Come on.
That's my only. It could be possible. Maybe they're really astute. It is still 9 o'clock though in Houston, so that's not probably my first guess of what happened. They're gonna start this fight off here, just vying for the bot. So nothing really is going yet. Xavi is going taking some damage. Tyrell's taking some damage. So is Sharing and the new tank, as it is going to be the side of Ottawa starting things off, taking out Xavi. This should be the fight one in the favor. But no, just as I say that, Nograd, after a quiet map 3, coming back strong, taking out with a headshot onto Tyrell. As it is looking like Houston are getting the bot control.
The Premier will get that first control. And again, we're just seeing Nograd just not contested. There's no real ultimates on board, but the charge does the Braves a little bit here, just returns ultimate. So probably giving up a little bit of space for this to be engaged. So these ults in the mid-fight coming in for the control are going to be very important. Whoever holds them longer and gets more value, is going to be crucial to this fight win, especially Yodel coming in with his Natal Blade first.
Yeah, she could be huge in the long run. A nice anti taking out Tyrell's real ability to do much, as they're going to just do a dry Nano Blade, or Nano, coming in, as it's not going to really matter, because Zavi's going to find 3.
Nope, turns out you can still just Nano anybody, and that's still plenty of damage output. So 1 Nano to gain a little bit more is good. Nograd with good positioning, just run and buy the space for us to push up a little bit ahead. Sharing, again, I kind of see it now. There's a little bit more defensive play out of Sharing versus Greetings, and I think this is a good swap. You kind of have to play a little bit slower and more.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you here, as that overclock is going to be popped here from Toki, but as well it coming through with the Graviton Surge. A lot of ultimates are coming through, an ultimate fiesta, one would say, and it's going to be Xavi coming out strong with their Dragon Blade, Nano Dragon Blade, whatever this man's going to find some picks for your team.
Yeah, and again, there's that late lesson, and even later, there's his other drill.
Oh.
Oh, for the two.
There's two coming in from Nograd. Can we find a third? No, they're not going to have the chance for a third, but they're still going through with this. Xavi has slept, Xavi's nano boosted up. They're still investing in this fight to keep pushing forward.
I mean, you're investing when you're winning, and they managed to get control of the bot's going to keep moving, and it cost almost everything, but they did build up another grab for sharing. So, catch one, and Xavi in there for an easy win and fight push, but cannot let sharing. Shimmers just not up with the pressure like this.
It's a big pick coming in from Nograd there, as they get Flores out, as they're not going to be able to build up as much ultimate as you'd like to before this fight comes underway. So
yeah, I mean, Toki has been trying to use this field more defensively than offensively, and there you can see it just finally taking the pressure to try to buy the space to buy the bot back. It's really not enough to buy enough space, and there is the grab. It's pretty Joker.
yeah, it's a huge grab coming in from Sharing and the newbie on the board. They're going to find the picks that they need. Tyrell and Flores are going to try to turn it around, but there's no way they could right now.
No.
Okay. Oh, no, wait. People are still alive and still getting kills here for the side of Ottawa, but it's still UH Premier continuously to push this through, but they have to back up now.
Yeah, now it's kind of a point. They'll get the bot back, and the bot will start heading back that way. I still got to give it. Toki has just looked a little bit behind versus Nograd, not in the ultimate, but just in the style of play. Toki's playing very defensively with their fields and their shots, which Nograd is taking aggressive and finding value. But speaking of aggressive, Xavi hasn't played at any amount of aggression. Especially with that fight.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. And Tyrell is super low. They're going to get nano boosted to keep them up and healthy. As they're going to pop the Dragon Blade as well into it. They take down Xavi. That's the fight win going in the favor of Ottawa. But they still have this forward spawn to UH Premier.
They do, but it's probably not that much of an advantage anymore. Not moving. Still several things on their side. So UH Premier with 3, they'll have an advantage of their own. That's a fight win, especially if they can pick Sage early, because that lead will save them, or at least save them from one of the several things.
Well, ultimates are coming on board. A lot of ultimates yet again coming through, but it is going to be Xavi finding one with that Dragon Blade. The sound barrier out now from Sage to keep Ottawa up and healthy to try to keep winning this fight, and they do seem to be winning it. Tyrell taking out Dino Lobster, looking for another one, a nice little melee kill to end things off. As Nograd goes down, Tyrell's just still looking fantastic on this Genji.
The fact that Sage was able to save that beat for Nograd's Rails, who, by the way, already has another overclock, just with a stroke of luck for them. So if they can find some way to keep Nograd quiet on this map, they'll get a little bit further. They're coming up to the halfway point of that as the field comes out, just try to buy some space. I'd like to see this. That's the aggression that Nograd is doing out, just trying to say, no, I'm not letting you keep this as you want. I'm going to control these. They control the comeback for a Joker.
Yeah, they just the fact
It was great.
the fact that they were staring at them menacingly just kind of made them scared. It was kind of like Michael Myers.
Yeah, just in the spirit of Halloween, they just saw the stairs and said, no, it's fine. That's the thing about this mode. Nograd.
Yes, and now they're going to pop their overclock, taking out Flores, looking for more, but Tyrell coming back in response, looking for some kills of their own, not going to find more than one, but that could have changed the whole dynamic of this fight, as Sage is going to take out Yodel, and it's going to go back into the favor of Ottawa.
Ottawa just needs to keep this part rolling. It's a little under 3 minutes of the bot clock back. They're just going to run back and try to get the fairies. Sage just going to get there, but they're halfway to it. If they can keep this bot moving and keep the advantage going, they'll keep us going into map 5. So Graviton started that Nano looks pretty good if Dimitri can get that charge up. You're sitting on 30, you just need a little more to build that up because there's the same thing on the other side coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Dimitri's going to go in with grabs, dueling grabs coming out, but Dimitri with the nano boost is just going to find all the much more value, as this is going to be another nice fight win for Ottawa.
Where you need to go.
Yeah, that was it. Dimitri just got the higher charge a little bit sooner. They did themselves, took the aggression to try to get it charged, and
Moving along.
I had a glimpses of ghosts because I thought two were Graviton lagging into each other. It's not really doing anything, but the cart will get there. We will get a butt scratch for the Braves, and they need to keep this going. They're in a position with a little under 2 minutes to get this up. But Nano, both support ultimates are up to the Premier. I guess you just kind of give it to Zabi to try to get this blade built.
Yeah, man, which is huge. They did get that forward spawn, but they're not going to be able to get it a little bit any quicker because you had to back up, wait for your
Yeah, to give it up.
respawns.
It's just time to give it up. The bot is moving all the way back, but now they're in a good position and they've got the space to hopefully get some firepower. She's been a little bit quiet versus their counterpart, but now is the time to shine as they're coming.
Yeah, as now Sage and Dino Lobster both having their sound barriers online could be the difference maker of this fight here. So as the nano boost is going to come out, as well as both of the sound barriers, but just the thought of Zavi's blade, nano blade, has just pushed them back. Gonna try to counter things out. They plot their own overclock of their own to try to push them back, and it does seem to be working for the side of Ottawa, as they are gonna get the kills they need to continue pushing this the bot back to their point.
Yeah, Florida's hitting an incredible anti-hit there actually too. Kind of made Zabi think about and consider what they were trying to accomplish and back up that. And now it's going to be on to Grande to be the hero of the day for this, because this is coming into last fight, and if Premier gets this, it just loses this, it will give Ottawa the win, and we'll go to map 5 here. So the tools in the line of the Braves, they have 4 ultimates. They got
Well, the Dragon Blade is coming out here, and that's going to be huge. Tyrell and Dimitri just popping off for the side of Ottawa. That's going to be huge. It's down to 2. It's going to be overtime. Can anyone get there to stop the cart from moving over? They're not going to be able to. Dino Lobster was trying to get there, but no, it's not going to happen. Oh my goodness,
Wow.
We might be seeing a reverse sweep here.
It's live. The Braves have come to life in this last bit, and Dimitri, you kind of saw it flash there. 20-player kill streak, hadn't died. It really just never was punished. It was just able to keep charge longer, and that's just the Zarya of things. There's that moving grabs. Again, just had the bubbles available. Look at that charge build so quickly and just get the value on it. Just incredible. Like, the Zarya was never punished, and especially in these kind of comps, you cannot allow the Zaryas to live. The second Zarya starts getting a high charge, building up grabs frequently, is when your team is going to start snowballing out of control. And the Braves have been living on that. The DPS have been coming alive and enabling Dimitri to come alive for that. And they looked very, very good there. It's hard to say that the tank change really I don't want to say it didn't amount to much, because that wasn't a bad showing.
No.
But it still kind of makes me question, I thought we were going to see a Ryan. I thought we were going to see something different come in for that. But at that point, I guess we're just trying to get reps in. It's early in the season, and that's fine. And we go on to 5, Joker.
Yeah, I am very, very excited for it. I've lost my completely. It's just my train of thought went through this year and out the other one.
Look, this has been an incredible game.
Yeah.
I also am having a hard time processing what we've seen and where we're going, simply because the amount of play we've seen has just been such high quality, and just across the board has just been wildly good.
Yeah, and maybe I'll remember my train of thought after this short little break. Do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of this epic series so far. Welcome back, everyone. And now I do, in fact, have a cat on my lap, but we're here in Ottawa.
Much like the cat on your lap, this has been a thing. This has been an experience.
This has been an experience so far, and Ottawa has come all the way back. If you've missed the first 4 maps of the series, what are you doing? First of all, you should be here the entire time. But second of all, they've come back all the way from being down 2-0 to tie things up and are forced our map number 5. Winners takes all.
Yeah, much like the janitors at some of these schools, the sweep is inevitable and the reverse is here. We're going back to control, and it's everybody's favorite King of the Hill map, Lijiang Tower, Joker. I mean, this is the one that everybody practices. This is the one everybody knows. I can't imagine we're going to see anything less than a just slugfest here.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Hoping for a banger of a final map, because I mean, I think that's what we deserve. I think that's what everyone in chat deserves as well. Because I mean, hey.
It has been.
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier. We were talking about how, if this somehow went down 0-3, 3-0, like it wouldn't really reflect this game well at all. But I think a 5 mapper absolutely reflects the talent and the play we've seen from tonight in these 2 games. I think that both of these teams have a lot to look at from the footage of this. And I mean, Lijiang is just going to kind of look back. We saw the premier team of Houston come out here and take it the first time around. And the question is, can they do that again? Because they've kind of been struggling these last few maps.
Yeah. Ooh.
Someone made it. Someone kicked off with a good luck basketball shot.
They're making him a row. Call him Steph Curry here. As oh wow, Sage is just draining him. Oh my goodness.
For 3, but I mean, I got 4 of them on the way out. But Premier here is going to open up on the Reinhardt. We hadn't seen this yet out of Greetings, who's back in. But I do think this works. The London team that kind of pioneered this, this works. I think this is really, really a strong pop. All it takes is one isolation, and suddenly the power tier comes back to the bonus. That Soul Joker, he looks so good on that edge. I kind of wish they had stayed on it.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about how good the Genji is, and then the Reaper dies first. That's not what you wanted if you are Ottawa. As UH Premier, I don't think Ottawa was actually prepared at all for what UH Premier is running.
No, I think they were expecting another mirror, maybe to try to deal with a little bit more of that Sombra. But no, it turns out Mirror's swing is still do damage. But Blizzard is still a good win con of that hammer. We're a little over halfway to a shatter. A lot of targets you isolate with that Reaper game doesn't quite any valuable again.
Yeah, they're going to come in now as Tyrell does find out Dino Lobster, but they're going to be frozen up. They're going to be slowed down, but still Tyrell doing damage. It's Tyrell. That's still the Tyrell show here. 4K coming in for Tyrell on Reaper.
Okay. I'm sorry, Tyrell. Please don't hurt me. Please don't teleport to my room. I'm sorry. You're already, 3/4 of the way to a Blossom, and that's a fight win on its own. But there's a Shatter and a Coalescence from you and Experience. All they take is isolating Tyrell. It's too aggressive. That's a win in itself.
It is indeed, as that hammer down comes through. The Shatter finds out Tyrell. And the follow-up is going to be there for the rest of the squad. They're going to force them back, as that's going to be a fight win for UH Premier.
Yeah, Runner is going to charge their bullet. Eventually gets off. Not enough time. But they're punishing Joker. Maybe I think they went a little too close to the sun here. I say that, but Tyrell goes down. Never mind. They have not flown too close to the sun, just passing it up to catch a nice tank.
Yeah, they definitely have. They're going to be able to come back here. They're going to pop this Coalescence, but as well, they're going to pop the Overclock in from Nograd. But the EMP is now online, and it's going to be a massive one coming through, and it's going to flip the point into the favor of Ottawa, as this should be the fight win that they were looking for to get this point back into their favor and get some good percentage up.
Yeah, it cost them a bit. It was probably worth it in the long run. Don't have an answer anymore for Blizzard, so you just kind of have to play smart and play a little bit more separate, which is going to be still manageable for the comp. But the counterpoint is that Tyrell needs to come up huge. This Sombra is there to fight to get Tyrell. Drive the block point.
Yeah, Yeah, the Blossom Fights 2 is going to be massive. It does flip over back into the favor of UH Premier. As, I mean, it's not going to be for that long as Tyrell finds another 4K.
So we've seen the opposite problem. Nograd still again quiet. Captain Check and Tyrell has just been answered to really set this May onto them because that Blizzard has been held. They haven't been open for it. They'll have a Shatter to pair with it and a Sound Barrier for something. Thankfully, they won't need it for much money. But the tools are there for you.
Yeah, they definitely do. They have the tools, but can they execute them is the question. The Blizzard is going to come out, the Shatter as well, and that is they do execute somewhat, but Tyrell is still in the back line, killing everyone on the side of UH Premier as they're going to be able to hold on yet again here. So
no, they commit Blizzard Shatter and come up empty-handed. I mean, I know the Braves, again, they just played the Blizzard away. They didn't get caught into it, but that's tragic. There will be a Graviton, but no point. The Graviton does not do any good from spawn, so round one to the Braves. And again, I think you said it before, they just weren't ready. They weren't expecting Rhine Comp. We hadn't seen it yet. I think if we were going to see this Rhine Comp, it should have been last map on push, but here we are, UH Premier, this Houston team still tricks up their sleeves, and it's not quite enough to do them a win, but it is enough to make a statement. But the bigger problem is that Tyrell has just been unquestioned in their backline. Every time you look, Tyrell is just turning and getting value. There's no punishment for him, and there needs to be something if this Houston team wants to bring it home and prevent the reverse sweep.
Well, we do see something different coming out now yet again for UH Premier, opting for the Pharmacy in the Sky, as Ottawa opting for something different as well. Going to be opting for the old school defense from Overwatch 1 with the Symmetra. Oh, it's going to start off well for the side of UH Premier, however, as they have no real capability of taking down Zavi in the Sky, as this should wrap up quite quickly into the favor for UH Premier.
Yeah, that's, again, these new fresh looks we hadn't really seen a lot of, and just enough to do it res is still ever valuable, and we do see one go down, and it's, I mean, points capped, but the question is, do they have enough people to hold it? The answer's probably yeah for now.
They did switch it up. Toki is now on to the Tracer, but Nograd doing Nograd things here. Tyrell's out of this fight. They're just going to have to wait.
The Guardian is live, as it were, so 16% of climbing. I mean, Nograd is already almost up to that overclock already. Has really just been working. You can see just trying to check, trying to see if they can spot the Tracer. Looking for the duel. Does find him. Is there a to kill? No. The recall is there, and we'll force that out here. So some pressure made, but the ult's coming in for UH. Here looks to go their way as long as they build them.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. Dimitri does take down Yodel, which is going to be huge. That main source of healing is gone. But as they do pop the barrage, finding two, and not going to be able to kill said Farah in the Sky whilst they're barraging. But Tyrell still doing Tyrell things and finding the picks they needed.
Yeah, I mean, Reaper still gets a lot of damage when he's really close and in your backline. So it doesn't matter if you fall into range of Reaper, it doesn't really mean anything. The hack to try to buy that space, and they're still just getting value. The Braves, they're looking like they want to close this out now, get control of this point, but how much can they have with these ults coming online?
That is the question indeed. They've got Beyblades to respond, but Nograd does use their overclock in response to coming back. And well, we've seen what Nograd does with these overclocks, and well, it works out in the favor of Houston yet again.
Yep, and some great synergy too with Greetings, just to be able to drop that field inside the Graviton surge, just get the free damage, blast the way in there. Full support ultimates for Premier. There's not, I mean, you're probably going to initiate on one of them, you know what to do. But there's so much on the other side. You have 4 of your 5. The question is can you just hold and layer them enough to get the value? Because UH Premier has tipped it in their sides and it's lost one fight.
Which is interesting to see. But it's not the point of this fight. Nograd yet again showing up and showing out. The barrage coming through from behind. Gonna find Sage and Greetings in the front line, taking out 2 of their own. UH Premier has not given up yet. They're up to 90%. Is there really any chance of a good, clean fight coming in from Ottawa?
Not at this point. It's probably barely a contest, and Xavier will find one. Does the Reaper make it in time? Oh no, he got caught for it. It's not find two. Keep this going, Joker.
Yeah, we're gonna, as it should, we're going to all 3 points of Lijiang Tower here to round things up, to round this series up.
I can't imagine we see this any other way, right? Like,
No.
we've been the entire distance every step of the way. So my question now is, what's the last trick in Premier's sleeve? Because they've shown us a lot of different looks here in this last bit. And as we go into this last map, you might keep the Pharah, but the Braves are saying no. We're not gonna meet you out there. We're just gonna poke. We're gonna continue to do that. Eyeing ball, but ending on Diva. Yeah, they're just gonna try to poke this, I think. And I don't hate that. I think that given the angles that Tyrell has made, I'm almost kind of, I almost kind of hate seeing this Tyrell Tracer. I kind of feel like Reaper has got so much value. I wouldn't change it, but on the other side, Premier has opted not to change anything either. It worked for them. You have the open skies of the Pharah. The question is do they have an answer? And Dimitri will need some backup to keep that pharmacy in check if they want to win this.
Yeah, definitely. They're still waiting. Hey, man, Dimitri starting things off strong for Ottawa, taking out that main source of healing, no longer there, as they're gonna just have to hold on and wait. Unless Xavi can get this pick in the sky, they're not gonna be getting this first capture.
No, I mean that pick was good, but it wasn't enough because they're still so spread apart. You can't really isolate a target. That it will be a hack that's covered immediately. So I think really the way of the Braves right now.
Ooh, Dimitri's going super low here, but it is going to be Xavi to open things up, which is got to be what the thought is. There's a nice play coming in from Xavi. They do go down here as well. They're going to be taking both of the Fire Mercy duo out of the sky. But it's still looking good for the Premier team as they are going to win this fight out.
They will win it and eventually flip it back. But the question is how much they can get out of it. You got to give it to Dimitri. It's trying their best to keep this pharmacy in check. But again, it's so easy to get punished when you're trying to take a 1v2 and a third party just steps in and suddenly it's 3v1. Your Ana's left alone and there's not really contest or support. Sage gets isolated and suddenly Flores is just left alone. But the ultimate's coming online for the Braves. Nothing really exciting. It's probably going to be a Nano Diva to get them off. But Xavi has brought so much value on them. So all it can take is one open window for Xavi to get.
I'm just wondering what Tyrell is going to do with this pulse bomb. We'll have to see eventually. They're going to pop the barrage, and they're going to be able to take out Xavi early on in this fight. It is going to be traded around. The grab as well off the side of the map, however, is Greetings. That is a huge play. The supercharge. Zarya was there. Sage getting all the things they need. Going to be able to almost get the kill as well as Sage doing it all for the side of Ottawa.
If I had to guess, Xavi was swapping off that Pharah because that was a bold play, and yeah, the Sombra is back. That's kind of what I expected it to be. We're gonna go to try to more of a traditional comp to try to win this out, and I don't hate that when you know the Reaper isn't there necessarily in the back line. That's a great sign. Considering Toby has this EMP in this gun, probably good. There it is, Joker.
Yeah, it's going to get a couple, and a couple is all they need. 3 picks into the favor of Ottawa, as this is just a quick team fight win for the Braves.
All those flankers just really do a lot of work if you're played up well together. If someone's isolated, Toki is just going to be able to call out just who's isolated, and it's suddenly going to be 2 to 3. A Diva dive will come in and just take that. But Nograd does have this overclock. Nograd, if you've been following along, you know that Nograd can make this get value. So that sound barrier is probably going to happen.
This ends now.
Yeah, here it comes out. Does the overclock. There's the sound barrier in response, as they're not going to find the value that they needed with that ultimate from Nograd, as it is going to be traded out, but is still in the favor is Ottawa. But Greetings is so high charged right now. They're like a one-man wrecking crew. They need to take out the Zarya, and they do, as that should be the point, and that could be the series here. So
yeah, I don't think there's going to be a contestant. It's just going to be some stragglers. So the Braves leading the sweep and bringing themselves home to the victory in the map 5. This rebuilt squad from the last year, bringing it home and showing them they are ready to play in this Champions Division. The Braves will win it. Man, Joker, what a series from both of these teams. Just incredible play from both of these teams across all of them. And Zabi, Zabi looked incredibly good on that Pharah. Multiple barrages, getting value, just great support from the team. And this is not going to be one of them. It's probably going to be the poop on a Lucio.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that move. That's powerful. It's not often you get a Lucio boot, but yeah, just an incredible match from all of these players across the board. We didn't necessarily spend a lot of time oohing and awing over the supports, but it's really important to note that the supports on both teams were very, very well played. Everybody peeled, everybody supported, everybody did their part, and the Braves just happened to kind of pull it together from the brink of a loss.
Yeah, I think the telling of a good support is you don't really have to notice them. Unless the only times you really notice a support player is if they're feeding, they're feeding, or they're popping off like Season 1 Jonak. And that's not what was happening from either of the supports, and they weren't dying as well. So they were good.
No, and both of these teams were able to keep the win conditions in check a lot of the time. You could see it. There were moments where Nograd was carrying games and just won in games 1 and 2. But then, we'd see Reapers come out and we'd see all these different picks come in and get value and struggle to really find the key to the doors that were put in front of them. And the Braves came out with the win here simply because they were able to adapt a little bit better and play a little bit tighter as a team. So both of these teams, if you're in this division, are definitely teams to look out going on for, especially given these young squads. We'll see these in future splits. So getting on these teams and getting to understand how they're playing and what you need to do to stop them now is going to be important for the future.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. I mean, hey, I don't know. There's not really much more to say here, so I think we've said it all. And the players have definitely said it all. They've left it all out on the battlefield.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's much else to say other than go grab some water, have a stretch. That was a long series. And there's still, I think, no, there's not one more, but you can catch the last great. Is there one more here? I thought there was over on the A stream, right?
On this one.
There's one more here. Oh, there's one more here. Hang tight.
Yeah, here's the schedule.
We'll be back for that one. There it is. Thank you. Thank you, nice production team. You guys are incredible. Yeah, we got one more game here, but if you need something to keep you going in the meantime, you can jump over to our second stream. I think they're winding down. Oh, they're not. Never mind. Nope. Never mind.
Just wait
Stay
here.
here. Just stay here. Go get some water and hang out. Don't mind me. I'm gonna go get some water and process everything that literally just happened because I'm obviously confused.
Yeah. So thank you for watching this series. Stick around, like Soph said. I'll be back on the next broadcast with my buddy Juggle God. You're not gonna want to miss that. So peace. Welcome back, everyone. Well, now it is time to head over to the Emergence Division. We've got another banger of a matchup. We've got Gray Harbor Chokers versus WCU Slate. And now I am here with the famous Juggle God. I am so excited for this cast with you, good sir.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited as well because I was scheduled for the first cast of the day today, but that one got shuttered. That one didn't happen because of the server issues that Blizzard was having. So happy that I get to jump back and on here at the tail end with you tonight, Joker, to see these two teams and what they can bring to the table today.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. I do remember casting specifically Gray Harbor Chokers last NECC Nationals. We're a pretty good pretty decent team, and I'm really excited to see how they've grown in the offseason going into Overwatch 2. It should be a really exciting series to watch.
It should be, especially because both of these teams, they kind of favor the same compositions, right? Both of these teams, they really like Brawl, Poke, and even a hybrid of the two. So I'm going to be curious to see, how these DPS, because in particular, it's going to be the DPS that are playing more Poke heroes on these squads, how they're going to fare, right? Because we're in just one tank now, and so there's not going to be that second off tank to soak up some of that extra damage and keep the supports, keep all those squishies alive. But why don't we talk a little bit about this squad first? The Gray Harbor Chokers.
Yeah, we've got Crunchy Leaf on that support. We've got Tobias Max, who is, in fact, a nutty Hanzo player, which should be interesting to see. It's always great to see long-range DPS players that are great at what they do. They can just take over games immediately. And then they've got Zabs, their flex player. Jarlator on the DPS, Rias as well, another flex.
Excellent. Taking a look at Western Colorado University. A lot of good names here. In particular, I'm going to be looking at S-Boy on the tank because, again, he's one of those pop-off players for WCU Slate. And I want to see how he's going to hold up, especially under the barrage of errors that he's certainly going to be getting from Tobias on Hanzo. But Disagree on support, Laser on support, a fantastic backline. Jay Rizzlin, Rustic on the on DPS. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough either way, no matter which direction you slice it.
Yeah, so we got word Laser is going to be playing DPS, it looks like, here for the side of WCU Slate, which is interesting to say the least because they are a support player normally. Hopefully it works out for them. Hopefully it's not the reason they lose in the end, but I'm excited because we did ask them what they like to play, and we didn't see it at all the previous match that we just did. We just saw D.Va and Zarya. But the two teams like to run that brawl. We could see Reinhardt. We could see maybe see Orisa coming out. You could also see the Junker Queen, which I'd love to see. It's not as tuned up as she once was, but still, I love some good Junker Queen gameplay.
Yeah, as do I. It would be a treat to get to see her. I mean, she kind of got nerfed into the ground right before Collegiate started, so less likely that she'll be in the mix. But, in addition, I feel like Sigma can make an appearance as well, because he's very strong with some of these poke heroes. And if the brawl isn't working, especially on the tank line, then I could certainly see a switch over to him.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. It's one of the mainstays, I'd have to say, especially if you're playing a bit slower like these two teams like to do. Probably going to see Bat Zen, maybe Bat Brig alongside of it. But right now we're seeing both teams locking this Reinhardt, and I would expect, no, we're not going to see the Lucio from Crunchy Leaf because, well, we've got a Pharah in the sky.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Reinhardt not necessarily the most meta pick at the moment, and on a point like downtown Busan, it's going to be hard for that single shield to be able to take every angle, make sure that nothing damages it coming in, especially with Jarlator on that Pharah.
Yeah, definitely look for Jarlator to get that. But hey, we talked about it. Tobias Max is going to be the person to start things off. I was about to say, look for Jarlator to get that first pick in the fight, but it's Mr. Hanzo himself, Tobias Max, starting things off, getting them forced into the small little tight area, just raining damage from on high is Jarlator. That's gonna start things off for the chokers in a good fashion.
It really, really is. And, you know, despite, with Tobias Max getting that early pick and then WCU Slate opting to go into that tiny little area, I mean, you know, they had no idea they were going to be running out on a far.
Tobias needs to stop.
Just won the next fight.
Yeah, Tobias just won them that fight as the pause does come through. Which is unfortunate. Hopefully it's not too long of a pause. I want to get back into this. Tobias is just popping off, as we did see there. A computer is freezing up.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
That's not good. Probably gonna have to restart the computer there.
Yeah. You know, but back to what I was saying. You know, it was WCU Slate opting to go for that mega health pack area early, right underneath Cinema. And, you know, they had no idea what they were going to be running out against, but there's just so much shield break with that Pharah and that Hanzo, and so many angles that they can take as well. So, you know, unfortunate for them, but they're coming back out. And, you know, like we said, though, Tobias won this next fight, and they've got lots of ults online. WCU Slate doesn't have any.
Yeah, no, they definitely don't, and they're going to be walking into a Dragon Strike from Tobias Max. Maybe they don't even need it because they almost just took out Laser immediately. Dragon Strike now coming out from Tobias Max, just keeping him away from the point. But the barrage is now going to be in response as well, as Jarlator is going to find 3. They do not want to be outdone by their DPS duo. They were going to get as much damage as they possibly can get done.
They really, really do. And you know what? You know what's interesting to me here, Joker, is in talking with these teams beforehand. Graze Arbor, I was chatting with them. They said they like to play a slower tempo. Well, this is not slow at all.
Oh my goodness, what a night. I said it before, I love seeing when long-range DPS can just take over the game because you really can't do anything about them. As J Rizzle hasn't really been able to set up, try to be able to get... Oh, my thing is...
Yeah, I think we're both experiencing a little bit of a tech issue there. So hopefully we can get that sorted out relatively quickly. But you know, we're at what, like 60%, I think, capture at this point. WCU hasn't had an ult online yet. Looks like we are back into it though, and in the meantime, S-Boy Laser have a pick.
Yeah, it's looking good now for WCU Slate. They're gonna come back. Rias is going to be rezzed up. They don't have that nano boost online, which could have been huge to help them flip this fight back into their favor. As everything's now going out, the shatter coming down from Zabs, but it's not going to be what they needed. But they do get it up to 99% here, Juggle.
That they do, and just in the nick of time as well. Now we're starting to see, oh my gosh, a barrage coming in at the last minute from Jarlator. Is they going to look to flip this point?
Yeah, they take out Laser, who had their tac visor online, and there's no real supports besides this Lucio, who can't really do much in the sense of healing, especially with that anti-nade coming out. The grab as well from S-Boy, trying to keep it into the favor of WCU, as they do end up winning that fight out.
Yeah, that might have been Jarlator biting off a little bit more than they could chew right there. Hoping to switch that point back in their favor, but the respawns were just too long for Slate. Of course, they did have to expend some ultimates in the process, and now Grace Harbor looking a little bit better on this next one. They've got the nano boost, they've got the Dragon Strike, but Laser, if he can get this backfires off early, it could prevent them from even engaging.
Yeah, look for Tobias to be that setter, that fight setter, like we've seen previously. If they can get a nice arrow onto Laser, they could just shut everything down that WCU Slate has going for them.
Oh, this is interesting. We got Tobias with a nice flank over here. It's actually going to be the whole team, or at least a lot of them, pushing on Coast.
Yeah, there it is. Tobias is going to shut down Rust immediately out of this fight. As the Dragon Strike comes out, there comes the tac visor as well, but nothing's really doing with that ultimate. They're just focusing down onto the Reinhardt, and you can't really focus them down with just your soldier, as that's going to flip and go immediately to the favor of Grace Harbor.
Yeah, fantastic play all the way around from Grace Harbor. They lost one and a half fights, you know, maybe due to a little bit of greediness on Jarlator's part, but in some ways you hardly can blame him because he's just been popping off so well, and they've been able to do such a good job of, again, winning these fights practically before they start. We're moving on to Mecha Base, though. Things can look a little bit different here. And, you know, again, I find it interesting that they both chose a Brawl composition, or at least a Brawl tank for that first sub-map. They're going to be doing the same here, but Espoy's gone over to the Zarya. And I like this pick just a little bit more. If she could get that energy up, she could just laser down the backline. So I'm going to be watching Espoy a lot this map.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. Zarya is in just such a great spot right now. It is the superior Brawl tank, but when teams aren't expecting a Reinhardt, it could change the entire the entire flow of the fight. As they're gonna come in, the anti-nade's already out though. They're gonna have to play it slow, but Tobias Max yet again just showing up and showing out on this Hanzo. They do pay for it with their life in the end, but they're still in a good spot. Is Gray's Harbor? They've got this Reaper on board, but now that they've gone out of this fight, it's now looking good for WCU Slate. They've got everything they need, but the point is going to go into the favor of Gray's Harbor for the moment.
Yeah, you know, that's interesting. I wonder if this isn't going to come back to bite them, because like you said, they won the fight but lost the point. And now we already see that Zab's shield is very low and the anti-nade lands.
Yeah, big anti-nade, but Zabs does take down Disagree. They're not going to be able to try to build up towards that sound barrier for this full fight. As Jarlater now in the back line with the Reaper just taking names. It's going to be a quick fight win for Grace Harbor.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And Jarlater going over as well to the Reaper, I think, you know, that's gonna give a lot of problem to Espoy as well. Even if they have those bubbles around, Jarlater's going to be able to chunk through them very, very quickly, and then through that health as well. But fight's getting ready to start, and there's no ults online for the Slate.
Yeah, as the Dragon Strike is going to be the thing that starts things off and takes down Rustic. This is just going to wrap things up immediately. Jarlater and Tobias Max are just a bunch of a dynamic duo.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And again, you know, I feel like I got baited by Grace Harbor a little bit. They told me they were playing slow tempo, but they have been taking the initiative in every single one of these fights. And they're not giving Slate an opportunity to build up these ults. This is the exact same thing we saw last time. They're going to have the Nano. They're going to have the Grab online. These both have to be huge for Slate.
Yeah, they definitely do, as they almost go down. But a huge anti-nade from Rias comes through as the Death Blossom comes out. And that's just a quick team fight win for Grace Harbor.
Yeah, the WCU Slate, they've got to come up with an answer to this. You know, Disagree wasn't able to get that sound barrier online. Need to see a little bit more longevity from them, a little bit more presence. 90% on the board. This is going to be a very tough touch if they get it at all. See the grab come in, it's taking out a few people, but the kills still going the way of Grace Harbor.
Yeah, it's just incredible stuff here, and I want to go back because this is the end of the round. You were saying they like to play slow, but I think with how they're running things, they've got this Reinhardt instead of the Zarya. You can't let WCU Slate build up this charge specifically on the Zarya. You've got to go into them, and I love that adaptation from Grace Harbor so far.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. You know, you're right. They're not allowing for an opportunity for that, you know, the weakness of the shield to really come into play. They're taking care of these fights so quickly that it's just a non-issue for them.
Yeah, it really is, and they're looking very strong. They did finish 4th in nationals last season. They're looking even better this season so far. And I'm very excited to see how they continue to push forward as we do go into our next map, which is going to be Eichenwald yet again. And it'll be interesting because now they can't, I mean, you could still run the Reinhardt, but it's not what you normally would see going forward in Overwatch 2.
It's really not, but I'm anticipating we're going to be seeing more of it here today because, again, looks like it might be a comfort pick. And, you know, we've only had the game for, what, a week and a half? Not even that. Not too terribly long. And so a lot of these, you know, a lot of these players probably more confident on some of the other tanks that were a little bit more powerful in Overwatch 1. So it makes sense to see them do this. Now, moving into Eichenwald as well, you know, this one, it reminds me a little bit of Busan in the fact that there's parts where you want to play Brawl, but then there's also parts that are really dive favored, right? I'm thinking particularly that second point, right? That entire section around the castle, over the bridge.
Yep.
If you can use that high ground to your advantage, you can have some real solid value, especially if the other tank is running Rhine. Now, both of these teams, they seem to want to force the brawl, they seem to want to force the poke. So I'm not anticipating a swap. But if WCU, I think, wants to change their favor, especially considering that Grace is running the Rhine, I think dive could be the answer.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you, especially with, again, D.Va being in such a great spot right now for any just to pick in general. Even if D.Va's not your flavor, Winston is also a really good option as well. And I finally, after all these times of I don't know if you had this problem during the beta. You cast the beta and then you see the Winston zap, like the long range zap, and then you go back to Overwatch 1, and then it doesn't have the zap. And now we get the zap back, and I finally get to say, oh, he can zap now.
Yeah, it's great. I love having the zap. It definitely took me a day or two to get used to having it again. Not gonna lie, I'm a tank main myself, and I love having that long range capability. But yeah, I mean, that opens up a lot as well for Winston. Especially on that second point too. There can be so much more poke that Winston does from those high grounds. So, the threat just becomes that much more pertinent, I think.
Yeah, and especially not just like the high ground, going in when you'd like to go, like there would still be a brawl comp when you go up the bridge. You can zap through the enemy team if they're up there on the high ground, which also works out well for you, and then you can build up your ultimate and push them off with your Primal Rage. We do have a change here, though, Juggle. We've got Disagree swapping over to DPS and Laser going back to support.
Yeah, so this will be interesting to see what kind of dynamic comes from this. Maybe swapping the roles a little bit is going to help WCU kind of get their feet back underneath them again. Because one thing I think we should mention is that the team fights were so fast that we didn't see Slate really build up too many ultimates. And in particular, I feel like especially with Lucio, that was a problem because that's your big sustain ult, right?
Yeah.
That's your get out of jail free card for when Reaper drops in with a Death Blossom or you get that barrage coming in, right? You need to have one of those support ults around. And so I think that's going to be one of the biggest things that I want to see from Western Colorado University moving forward into this next map is, can they get those support ults online? Can they survive long enough to build up these ultimates so that they can win the fights? Because, yeah, right now it's just Tobias clicking heads.
Mm-hmm. And Tobias clicking heads, and then when they click the heads of the DPS, the Yarlators are able to just reign supreme from the skies, and you can't really do much about it. And hey, it's a good combo for Grays Harbor. If no one catches onto that, they're gonna go far and very, very far.
Yeah, they certainly will. Now, we talked earlier about Grays Harbor placed fourth in NECC, right? Well, Western Colorado University placed second as well. So, this is a strong team. This is a very, very strong team. So, I believe they placed second out there. Maybe I have the wrong. Let me check my notes real quick. They finished second overall in Navigators Division, and third overall in the Navigators Division of Nationals. So this is a great team. And so I'm wondering, is this a new roster, right? Are these new compositions, or is this them just having a little trouble in this first map, and now we're gonna see what they're made of?
Yeah, and maybe it's also they're missing MWM. That could be a huge thing as well. This is really interesting. We're seeing a Doomfist come out from S-Boy, which I don't think anyone was predicting. Hey, maybe if it were... man, that's pretty much what happens when you play Doomfist. But, I'm just really shocked by this right now. They're gonna push in here as Grays Harbor, and they're gonna be able to open this fight up, and I think they're gonna get a really quick capture of this first point.
Yeah, they absolutely will. But now I don't necessarily dislike the Doomfist pick, right? I wanted to see them go dive. I think it's a good look. I think they can make it happen. But I think S-Boy just went a little too aggressively that time. Either that or the supports weren't there to quite be able to back him up the way that he needed to be, and he was just first down. So if they can control that, if they can keep him alive, then he can absolutely be a big threat. He almost took out, I believe it was Rios, Rios on that Baptiste. But moving into the next fight, again, the ults are in Grace Harbor's favor.
Yeah, and I definitely, I agree with you. It can definitely work, especially if they can combo well with the J Rizzle's May walls. Get those stuns up. But we'll have to see, because it's such an outlier tank at the moment. If they can do well with it, hey. But right now, it's not showing to be the pick. But it does not matter, because Jay Rizzle's on the May and fighting 2 picks of their own to keep this fight going, somewhat in the favor of WCU Slate.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup there by the May, but they're gonna have to do a little bit more than that to make things really happen here, because there wasn't a lot of car progress and they got a lot of movement. But Blizzard coming out, this could be a way that this changes.
Yeah, then the Death Blossom going to come out as well, though it's going to be eaten up mostly by the Kinetic Grasp, but the Dragon Strike coming through as well. You can't eat all that damage, Sigma, as they are going to go through and continue to win that fight out.
Yeah, Grace Harbor just continuing to push forward, not really meeting a whole lot of resistance so far from Slate. They do have the Nano coming out. Disagree is on this on the Sombra as well. If she can get that EMP off, this could be good.
Yeah, that needs to be the win condition for the side of WCU, as the beat is gonna come out this gravitic flux. Oh my goodness! As Zab's gonna find 2 with that ultimate, and are gonna be able to get to the checkpoint.
And again, it was just the tempo, right? WCU, they were waiting for that EMP to come online, but they just weren't able to get it quick enough before Grace Harbor pulled the trigger again. Now they've got the amplification matrix coming up. They don't have much in the tank as far as ults are concerned, but they should be able to build them up. I'm looking at Tobias's in particular with that amp matrix. Nice sleep.
Great play coming in from Rustic, and that's going to be able to stabilize the defense for WCU Slate without really maybe not having to use any ultimates as well.
Yeah, that's a huge boon for Slate. Now they've got 3 online, almost about to have 5. They're also getting a huge stagger right here, which is just going to make things even better for them. They desperately needed a fight win like this.
They desperately did, and look at those ultimates on the board, almost all 5 of them.
Yeah, and again, it's going to have to be, Rios and this amp matrix to really try and charge this. But of course, Grace Harbor might just look at this next fight as a way to just build their ultimates moving into the next one. They don't have to win this one. They've got such a dominating. Oh, but here comes the Death Blossom.
They do get S-Boy out of this fight. The Blizzard is going to come out. They've got to stabilize, and they've got to stabilize now. And they weren't able to take down the 2 supports before Rios unthawed out. To drop down the Immortality field and continue to push forward is Grace Harbor now.
They've got this penultimate corner under their control. Now that's going to be a Gravitic Flux coming in as well. EMP lands, though.
Huge EMP coming in from WCU Slate. Going to be able to stabilize yet again on the defense. When things seem most dire, things come out in response for WCU.
But now Grace Harbor has built up those ults that they wanted. They've got the Dragon Strike. They've got the Gravitic Flux. Those together could be all they need to win this next fight. They don't have much further to go.
Yeah, they don't not have much further to go, and especially with Tobias Max's Dragon Strike online to force them all the way back. This could be over and done with very quickly, as they're going to engage with the Sigma, then the Flux. Sigma, then the Dragon Strike, as they're going to come through and look to win this fight out. And it does seem like they are at the moment. Jay Rizzle down, looking for some more picks. A nice anti-nade, however, coming through from Rustic, as they're going to pop the nano boost onto the Sigma. They've got to get some damage, and they've got to get it done now. But Jar later on this Reaper is doing so much work. Can they get this Flux online? They do. This could be huge to keep it going. Jay Rizzle with a pick Is it possible for them to hold on, though, is the question. There's just an overwhelming presence from Grays Harbor on the point, and it does seem like it's going to go in that way for Grays Harbor.
Yeah, great plays right there coming out from Grays Harbor. You know, I love seeing the Nano come out as well. On to S-Boy. They got the Gravitic Flux up online, but there wasn't the focus fire that I was hoping to see from Slate at that point. You know, several members of the other team were low, but it looked to me as though everybody was just looking at different players, looking at different heroes. So seeing a little bit more target focus, I think, from Slate would serve them really, really well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Focusing on one target, especially that key target in the opposing team composition, is crucial. I mean, especially when there are people that outstanding at what they're doing, like Tobias Max and Yarlater. That's something WCU Slate needs to work on, and they need to work on it quick before anything, before this series gets too out of hand.
Oh, right, because there's 2 minutes on the clock for Grays Harbor, and Eichenwald isn't necessarily a map that you finish every time you play it, even when you win, right? So having that kind of a time bank, it says a lot about how well this game is going for Grays Harbor. WCU Slate, again, you know, I've been thinking, what can they do to try and counter this? And honestly, I feel like a Diva pick would be fantastic here, but they're going for the Rhine again, this time with a Symmetra in tow. So I think they're going to be looking to just completely get around this choke as quick as they can, drop it on the back line, and just start brawling and putting them down as fast as they can.
Yeah, and that could be huge. Oh, they didn't get over the side of the... They were trying that little cheeky strat, but not going to be able to get there in the end, as S-Boy's shield has already been destroyed, I think. As they're going to have to wait out, get that back up, as Yarlater from on high with no one really to counter him. This is going to do so much work in the sky.
Yeah, there's just no answer right now to Yarlater, right? They've got the Mei, they've got the Symmetra, but neither of them are really built to deal with the Pharah. Yes, Laser can, but they're not necessarily going to be in a position to do much about it either. Meanwhile, already Yarlater has the Rocket Barrage online.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely... Oh, S-Boy with a pin from Narnia. Taking out Rias is gonna be huge. But the barrage is just gonna be even huger. Oh my goodness, Yarlater with a 4-piece looking for the 5th. Can they find it? I think they're saving it for him. Maybe the Moira is gonna get away.
Oh, nope, Tobias found her. But again, you know, let's look at the ults, right, for Slate. Still nothing coming online yet. Again, Grays Harbor winning these very, very early. They've swapped over to the Widow as well, and that could certainly help with this bar. And in fact, that's exactly what it does. Now they've got to make sure the res doesn't come in.
Res does come through now, and now you're a little bit closer to that bar. It's going to be hard. The overclock has been popped by Tobias and Max. They're looking for the damage to come through, and they do find it. Jay Rizzle down out of this fight. Coalescence coming on the board, as well as the Shatter. S-Boy finds 2 down on the ground and cleans them up themselves. Yarlater going to try to turn it back, but S-Boy is just roaming free with that big German hammer, swinging as fast and as freely as they can.
But Crunchy Leaf gets the pick on the Disagree, and Yarlater is still up and alive. They're still putting a lot of pressure on point. This isn't over yet. But with the barrage coming in, Laser is able to take them both down.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the first point done and dusted for WCU Slate. And I was really questioning this Widowmaker pick, but then they come out and just headshot Yarlater. Now they're gonna have to play a little bit more, a little more safe, a little bit more passive than they have in the past.
They certainly will, and you know what's interesting too is this is, you know, this is an attack Widow, something you don't normally see, but I like the adaptation. I think it makes a lot of sense here given what's happening. Alrighty, we see him trying to put a lot of pressure in, gets pushed out though by Tobias.
Yeah, that's the big problem with Widowmaker though. You gotta stay in one place when you're aiming, and just with how Sojourn's kit is, it's just gets up in your face immediately, and you can still duel with that Widowmaker as well. but it's still it's looking good for Grays Harbor right now, taking Jay Rizzle out of this fight. They're gonna use the Shatter here. They do take down Rias again, but it looks like they're a little over invested in this fight here at the moment. Yarlater finding another pick onto Disagree. Espo is still just putting in the damage with this Reinhardt. It's still anyone's point, actually, as they pop the overclock. Does Tobias and Max, and they're just looking for a kill, but it's really anyone's point right now, Juggle.
In fact, I think it's Slate. They've done a great job of kind of mitigating some of this damage, of weathering this storm. They've got a Pharah of their own now as well, and Jay Rizzle also on that soldier could be deadly with that tack visor, but fight's still happening here on the bridge.
Yeah, as both Pharahs are just putting in the damage right now. As the barrage is going to come through, they take out Laser, who was in the midst of that coalescence. The res coming through as well, but it's still the side of WCU continuing to push forward here.
Yeah, they seem to have maybe found an answer for what Grays Harbor has been throwing at them all this time. Because now they've got 3.5 minutes on the clock. That's 1.5 minutes that they have to equalize the time that Grays Harbor has made. And look at this, Slate has a full slate of ultimates online. It's just Laser without that cold. Rias, they're gonna try and charge things up with this window.
Yeah, as the window's gonna just have to let them force back, stay out of the line of sight until that's down. And now it's down. They're gonna pop this attack visor coming in from Jay Rizzle, but Tobias Max just takes them all down. But a huge shadow coming in from S-Boy, and the follow-up coming in from Disagree with the barrage. They don't get as many kills as they would like to, but they still continue to push the cart forward.
Yeah, 2:49 on the clock now. This is very doable for them to finish with a better time here than Grays Harbor did. But Bias Max has the Bob coming online. Here's the Gravitic Flux as well.
Yeah, and this should be what they needed in the end to stabilize on the defense. Just dumping these ultimates in, and then that's what they needed to do. You wanted to stop them in their tracks.
You absolutely did. Rustic pops the window as well, that amplification matrix though, and I'm not sure that was necessarily the best use of that ultimate right there, because now they've really only got the coalescence coming into this next fight, whereas Grays Harbor, they've got the Valk, they've got the barrage. Both of these could be deadly, but Laser does have an opportunity to counter with that coal. Oh, but Disagree is down.
Yeah, Disagree is down. I'm still wondering why the Pharah, to be completely honest, is being run, but the barrage is going to come out here from Jarlater, find the value, and hey, who says 0.3 is too close quarters for a Pharah? Jarlater says differently.
Yeah, he would like to have a talk with you because he's showing that that's definitely not the case here today. Ooh, nice shot there from Tobias. Almost takes the head off of Jay Rizzle.
Interesting. And Junkrat coming out here from Disagree. Not another hero. Was not expecting to see here. Juggle.
Yeah, it's. I would agree. You know, there's not necessarily anyone diving, so I feel like the trap doesn't necessarily get a ton of value. However, they can stay in a much safer position and just deal a lot of spam damage around these corners, right? Without having to really put themselves in harm's way. But in the meantime, Tobias has found Disagree.
Yep, they got put in harm's way there with Tobias Max in there, had them in their cross sights as Laser. Oh my goodness, 3, 4, looking for a 5-piece. Can we get it? No, Jay Rizzle takes it away from them.
But crucially, 40 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure if anybody's going to have a touch here, but even if they do, it's just going to be the Amp Matrix online, and that's 1 minute on the clock for Slate. This is a much better look from them.
Yeah, definitely, and getting that time on the board, they're gonna have the chance to attack yet again. Not getting that, those 44 seconds are crucial because they get that opportunity. They don't have to defend solely, and that's huge.
That really is, yeah. Because if it had made it to overtime, then it would have only been 1 tick that Grays Harbor has to get on first point in order to win this map. Now, we got to see how well WCU does on both their defense and attack, because if they, it could still be the case that Grays Harbor only needs to get 1 tick on attack, right? If WCU Slate can't crack that first point. Are they going to go about it the same way, though, this time? It looks like they're going for something a little bit different.
Yeah. An interesting interesting DPS duo. Sombra, amazing, but with a Reinhardt, I wasn't again not expecting that. But hey, it should work out well, especially since Zabs right now is hovering over the Reinhardt themselves.
Yeah, well, I think they've committed just a few more seconds before this door opens, and they gotta hold the line right here.
Ooh.
Disagree does swap over to the Echo at the last moment, but they're not gonna have a damage booster in tow. They're opting again for this Lucio and Moira composition. So Disagree, if they can get a nice pick on them, they're gonna be in trouble.
They definitely are. They definitely are indeed, especially with this Lucio boost. WCU slate is going to be in favor. Just to say that Rustic is out of that fight, but still, it got S-Boy into the face of the enemy team, taking out the Tobias Max and a nice focusing beam, almost taking down the Reinhardt of Zabs, but it's not going to matter. They stay up and healthy. Rias really pumping in that healing.
Yeah, now there's just 20 seconds left to go. This is going to have to be a sprint to point. It's going to be up to Jay Rizzle, I think, to try and touch here. What a crucial thing, though, is S-Boy just about has that Shatter online. They've done a much better job of being able to build those ultimates. They've charged in, but already both supports are down. They will get the touch here at the last moment, but Jarlater already, this is all but over.
Yeah, the team kill gong sounds. That is the attack done and dusted for WCU slate in the overtime rounds. Now, like we were saying, Grace Harbor only has to get that one tick. That 33% is it's pretty attainable, especially since how we saw their first attack go. Grace Harbor went in very quickly and just dismantled WCU's defense.
Yeah, they certainly did. Now, you could argue that maybe that was a little bit because S-Boy bit off more than they could chew with the Doomfist, right? They went in a little bit hard. They went in a little bit quick. So as long as they kind of pump the brakes a little bit, I think, on their defense here and prioritize staying alive more than necessarily getting the picks, then I think things could go a little bit better for them. Roadhog, first time we've seen them come out as well. And I mean, you want survivable, say no more.
WCU slate. I love this team personally, just because we've seen so many different heroes that I was just not expecting to see. We've seen the Reinhardt, but that's for both of these teams. We've seen the Junkrat, we've seen a Doomfist. Now we're seeing the Roadhog coming out from S-Boy. And hey, it could work out amazingly for them if they can get those hooks and get those one-shots out and take someone out of this fight immediately. It could be huge.
It could be absolutely huge, especially considering they're going to have that Discord orb as well. I mean, they're just about dead before they even, get hooked. Disagree going to go down early, though. That is a big boon for Grace Harbor, and they're going to push on it.
Yeah, that should be it, I'd have to think. You lost both of your DPS. Tobias Max is just going crazy. There's a hog on the enemy team, but Tobias Max is the one going hog wild as Grace Harbor take the second map of the series.
Yeah, beautiful play coming out from Grace Harbor. Got to give it up, though, for Western Colorado. They seem to have found some kind of an answer, though, to what is happening. It's not a complete answer, right? Because Tobias is still finding a way to find value no matter what's going on. And, I think that's the big thing that we're going to have to look for from Slate moving forward is just how do they counter Tobias? Because, Grace Harbor, they're starting just about every fight 5v4.
Yeah, and that's what you love if you are the side of Grace Harbor. I mean, you can't ask for anything better that from your Hanzo player. I keep saying it. When long range hit scans are at their best, they make the game almost unplayable for the enemy team.
Yeah, they really, really do. Now, we're moving into our third map here. We are going to be going to Dorado. So I'm a dive fan. I love dive. I want to see it. Dorado's a great place for it. Bring it to me here, WCU. Let me see your dive, Grace. I want to see what you've got here. As we move into that map.
Yeah, I'd love to see it as well. as we are going to head to a break, however, so you're not going to get to see if we have dive yet, but we'll see in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of this series. Welcome back, everyone. It's almost time to head into map number 3, which, if you didn't catch it, is going to be Dorado. And I am still here with the one, the only Juggle God.
I'm excited about this map. Like I said before the break, I'm hoping to see some dive come out. Not holding my breath because, again, both these teams, they love their brawl, they love their poking. Poke is a very good option on Dorado as well. I mean, you just again, if you're Grace, you put Tobias up on the high ground and just let him drop his arrows wherever he pleases, and that could be all you need moving into this. And again, Western Colorado, they have to find an answer for Tobias right now. Whether that's swapping to a diva, or whether that's just picking apart the rest of the team before Tobias has a chance to pop off. Right? It's something has to change here from Western Colorado if they're going to come away with this series.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. Tobias is just exerting his will on this on the opposing team, and it's at times it's just unfair. Unfair, I'd say. And I mean, yeah, I really don't know. Besides, we saw them try to really go at him, but yeah, it didn't really work out for him. He just swapped over to like a Sojourn or something different, and still found value. Not as much value as he did on the Hanzo, but still finding value on whatever he's playing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think the look that I liked the most so far from WCU, it was when they went I believe they went the Soldier and the Pharah, right? They tried to play the Pharah before, and I think they found some success there. In addition, bringing out that Soldier as well, again, when you bring out that attack visor, even before that, it makes it so much easier to take the Pharah out of the sky, because right now, the game plan for Grays seems to be take one pick, buy it to Tobias, and then let Pharah come in and just clean up the rest. So if they can prevent that cleanup, then maybe they can overcome that initial player deficit that they've had in just about every single fight so far.
Yeah, and again, I think when we've seen them focus down Tobias, that's just when Yarlator's just been left unchecked and just kills the entire team as well. It's that dynamic duo, that 1-2 punch that we've seen there. It's their own mini Batman and Robin, I'd have to say.
Right, exactly. But again, Dorado, not exactly an easy map to finish either. So we saw actually both teams being able to complete Eichenwald before, which again is not an easy task. I think it's even harder though on Dorado.
Yeah.
But to me, it's just going to come down to I think who can put out the better defense, right? Because both of these teams, they were able to cap Dorado, right? They seem to have their offense firing on all cylinders. It's just the defense, right? How can they make that pop moving forward? What do they need? Do they need more sustain on the card? That could be an option. Maybe you go to something like an Orisa, right, who has a little bit more sustain. In addition, maybe you go for Azaria, right? Use some of those bubbles to maybe protect some of your players from these arrows coming in from Tobias, right? And you build up that charge as well, and then use that to be able to burst down some of the other players, right? Maybe Crunchy Leaf, you can take her out of the equation, or Rios. But gonna be a dive from WCU Slate, starting things off first.
Yeah, you said the Orisa as well, coming out now from Grays Harbor, which is a fun thing to see. I love the rework they did with Orisa, and I'm grateful we get to see some in some competitive Overwatch here, as they're gonna force the side of WCU Slate back for the time being, and J-Rails are getting caught out there trying to find a sneaky assassination, but not going to be able to be the case, as that's going to be Grays Harbor winning this out.
It was a great initial start, I think, from WCU Slate, right? They had the dive, they had the right idea. They may have just pushed it a little hard, a little too quickly, right? I think they needed to, one of the keys to dive, right, is you go in, you get your value, you get out, and then you reset, right? You get all your cooldowns back. I feel like Zespoy might have pushed the pace a little bit too quickly right there and paid for it. And again, already we see WCU Slate thinking about pushing in, but is this the safest place for them to set up, to start things off?
Yeah, it's going to be questionable because, well, there's Tobias Max just showing out yet again, getting that first pick in the fight. Then ability just to let Yarlater do what they've been doing all series long and just drain damage from on high without really any contention.
Yeah, and again, it was the fact that WCU Slate, they didn't take a full reset right there. They tried to get some poke damage as the cart was pushing forward. They had the time. They could have waited, but they pushed it, and because of that, Tobias Max was able to get another pick, and then Rustic came in to try for the res, and they were picked off as well, and then the rest is history. So they've just got to play this a little bit slower, a little bit better. J Rizzle, though, with the reflex, able to take Tobias out of the fight, so Slate has a golden opportunity here.
Yeah, they definitely do. They definitely do indeed. As they're not really contesting it though. They're letting Grace Harbor keep on pushing forward and getting as much part progress as they possibly can. And Tobias Max is just gonna make him pay for it. J Rizzle out of this fight. They might have this res available coming forward, but they're not going to be able to get it as Aspoy almost taking out Crunchy Leaf there. The Dragon Strike coming through as this is going to be, yet again, Grace Harbor's fight to win.
Yeah, again, it's just Tobias Max finding a tremendous amount of value right now on that Hanzo. And Zaps just is not dying on point either. There's just so much sustain with that Orisa. They're able to just push this card in with very, very little resistance.
Yeah, they're doing just so well. As again, if it's not Tobias Max, it's Yarlater getting that pick, the stagger that they need in the end, and that's just another huge pick coming in from Tobias Max. It's just gonna burn more time off the clock.
Exactly. Now it is absolutely crucial that we see a full reset coming out here from Slate. Rustic has just respawned, so now they can start to push out, but already a nice shot on Disagree. Healing does come in, though, effectively, but we've got ults on either side. It's just going to be down to who executes better, and honestly, who executes first. J Rizzle, I was going to say with the nano could be huge, but that's out of the equation now.
Yeah, and Tobias Max just showing up. Yeah, again, 2K. As they're going to go through and going to pop it out with the Dragon Strike.
That Dragon Strike's gonna find its mark. It's gonna prevent people from pushing onto point. Oh, and what a beautiful barrage coming out right when that window is popped as well. We're gonna see the blade loose, but it's not gonna have a nano behind it this time. With the immortality fields out, it saves a few people's lives and gives them enough time to back out and get those heals that they needed and be able to push back in. But the respawns are gonna be so strong here for WCU. Are they gonna be strong enough is the question. And it looks like Grace Harbor meeting very, very little resistance, able to take that point. And in fact, they did it in faster time than they did in the last map. And quick note, Joker having a little problem with his PCs, having to restart it at the moment. So I'm gonna take the solo cast here for a minute, but. Grace Harbor, we've seen a lot of different looks come out from them tonight. Now we've seen the Orisa come out, and she just, I don't think she's had a death yet. She was just able to stay on that payload, stay alive. Rias did a beautiful job. There were a couple of really clutch immortality fields as well, right there at the end, that allowed them to kind of regroup in the moment, and then come back out and win that fight. We're going over to see how Grace Harbor does on defense now, though, and they're gonna stick with this Orisa pick. And for the most part, they're sticking with what has worked. And frankly, if it's not broke, don't fix it at this point. It's done such a tremendous job so far. Jarlater, again, going to be on that Pharah, and Dorado is a fantastic place for Pharah to pick as well. You know, I think back a couple years ago to the Chengdu Hunters and Jinmu on Pharah and Dorado, and I mean, he was absolutely unstoppable here, but we're gonna have to see what comes up because Laser is on the Widow now, and that could be very, very deadly once again. We do have the Diva coming out this time, and this is the adaptation that I've been looking for from S-Boy and from this squad for so long now. Maybe this could be the answer. If they can keep the bias under control, that could be huge, but already Laser is out of the fight. Now Jarlater dropping down on the point. They've got free reign since they don't have to worry about that deadly hit scan in the sky anymore. Laser opting instead to go over to that soldier now, see if maybe they can find a little more value there. In the meantime, S-Boy trying to push the cart, put a little resistance, but oh, Rustic Ruse got a little too eager there, pushed onto cart, and that's just a very dangerous place to be if you're an Ana. Card making a reasonable amount of progress, though, at the moment. So Slate is then able to push it, but they're not winning this fight, I think, which is the key thing. Tobias does go down, but they are rezzed at the last moment. Still, though, Jarlater practically in the back line. Laser able to eventually take them out, though. But again, they fall. This has just been a back-and-forth affair, but the entire time, Slate has been able to move the cart, although not necessarily very fast. Grace Harbor, though, again, because they've won so many of these fights, they've got 2 ults already online, just about to have 4 as well. And now we're seeing the cart start to stop. It's made its way up to this second corner here on first point, which is where you typically see things start to go better for the defense. And welcome back, Joker.
Thank you. My things are all out of whack on my PC, so I have to restart when my camera fails. So
Oh, no.
I'm here. We're back. The Nano Boost is onto the Diva of S-Boy as they're going to come through, take out Rias, but they're going to get D-Mac. They're going to get that self-destruct through, and they're going to take out Crunchy Leaf with it, but it's still looking good for the defense of Grace Harbor at the moment. Jarlater just doing so much work from on high at the moment, as no one's really dealing with them.
No, but at this point, the Diva is having a big effect here. Maybe they should have thought about taking out the Farah first versus the Baptiste. I'm not sure, but it's definitely giving them a little bit of a boon. They're having a little bit more luck with it now. And Tac Visor is online now for Laser, so this could be a nice push.
Yeah, it could be indeed, but Tobias Max takes them out immediately, coming back from spawn, taking 2 with them, sending them back to spawn. The Dragon Blade coming out from Jay Rizzle. They're going to be able to take down Rias, which is going to be huge. Looking for the Mercy as well would be massive. The res is going to be there, but Tobias Max does go down in the end, but still, Grace Harbor holding strong.
That they are. Disagree has the sound barrier now, though. So if we see that barrage come in, we could see that's going to be what Disagree wants to hold on to, right? They want to counter that barrage with the sound barrier. Laser's going to have to absolutely pop off with this Tac Visor, though. Otherwise, this could be just about over.
It definitely could be, as Jarlater finding 2 with the barrage. It's down to 30 seconds here. They get the res back up onto the Farah as well. Disagree does take down Rias, which could be huge in the long run. No more main source of healing for Grace Harbor, but when that just happens, Tobias Max just clicks heads.
That they do. They're going to lose the Dragon Strike as well onto point. See if they can't get a cheeky kill. They do. And with 10 seconds left to go, that is devastating because Jay Rizzle on that May. That's your sustain right there. And S-Boy is out of the fight as well. This looks like it's going to be curtains here for WCU. Grace Harbor going to be able to come away with this victory here. A quick 3-0 for the Chokers.
Yeah, the Chokers, they were not in the sense of failing. But yeah, that was an amazing series coming in from Grace Harbor there, as they just dominated from the get-go, and never looked back after that first map.
No, they certainly didn't. And kudos again to Tobias. Tobias, I think, was the big difference maker here. Getting those initial picks, just giving Grace Harbor that 5v4 just about every fight, and then it really was. It was the DPS this game that was the difference maker, I think, for Grace Harbor. So great job to them. Good luck in your next games. WCU saw a lot of good stuff coming out from you, and like some of the adaptations, but it just wasn't enough to take down Grace Harbor tonight.
Yeah, definitely, it wasn't in the end, and well, you've got something to work towards in next match, which is next week, obviously. And I mean, I think there's the stuff that is there. But I think missing that one key player of their main DPS, one of their main DPS players, MWM, was probably the whole the whole difference maker. I think just having someone on their off roles is as much you wanted to play the game, but it's not a favorable matchup in the end. And maybe when we get further in and during the playoffs time, we'll see MWM back in it, and we'll be able to maybe we'll see a different outcome.
Maybe we will, but again, back to Grays Harbor, just a fantastic start for them this season, and love what we saw today. They weren't necessarily pushed, so we didn't have to see them flex on anything. And one thing I'm going to be looking for is how deep does their talent go, right? And they swap to some of these other comps as we move forward in the season, and they start to meet up with more and more resistance and are forced into a position where maybe they do have to swap. So gonna be excited to see what is in store for them. Can Tobias Max keep up that kind of insane pressure and performance on other roles? But today it's Grays Harbor all the way.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to piggyback off of that as well. We didn't see either of the team really run what people think is predominantly meta, really, at all. So maybe when we see a team like when we see Grays Harbor go against a team like someone who runs meta a lot, I'm really interested to see if they can adapt to counter that said meta, or they can play the meta on par to the team they're opposing, and that's going to be a really big thing if they want to have success going forward.
It certainly is. And we're going to have to wait, though, until next week to see what's in store for us, though, in that department. In addition, next week, I do believe we have Kiriko joining us as well. So that's going to be exciting, seeing her thrown into the mix, how she affects things going forward, and it just what things look like next week in the collegiate scene because of that. Going to be very, very exciting.
I know one thing I'm not looking forward is to casting the Kitsune Rush fights when everything just speeds up. Oh my goodness, that's not what I'm looking forward to.
I know. Why doesn't the Rush extend to the casters? Can't we get that boost as well here in the booth? No, that's a good point. That will be exciting. I have to do my tongue twister warm ups before we cast it that day. Yeah,
do my Eminem rap. Eminem rap warm-ups before those casts coming up. But I'm super excited for next week. But that's going to be it for this week. It's late. It's 12 o'clock. These kids need to get into bed for their school day next tomorrow. Or if you don't have classes, and just rest up. Get some good work in on some Overwatch 2 and get ready for next weekend. But that's going to be it for us at the NECC. That's it for me, Joker's Ransom, him, Juggle God. Thank you all for watching. Peace out and have a wonderful rest of your night / evening.